Meeting to order. Please rise if you take a nap. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Hello. Here. Keely.
Here.
Swenson.
Here.
Beverly.
Here.
Clement.
Here. Do any of the commissioners have a reason to abstain for financial or non-financial conflicts?
Nope.
No. Commissioner Swenson wanted to make a quick statement, so I'll allow that at this time.
Thank you, Dan. Mr. Chair. I'm just going to read this, and it's something that I'll give up to the press and everybody else. This is in regards to the recent Facebook cartoon that was on the local Yankton, South Dakota media that was posted on front page news. And I would like to explain that the people who I tagged on the Facebook, most of them know and understand that I, Gary Swenson, am the politician depicted in the cartoon. 2 times there have been violent incidents against me in Yankton County. The first time I was attacked by a local Yankton County resident just after a county commission meeting. I reported the incident to the Yankton County Sheriff's Department and filed a report. The second incident happened this year, 2019. I was threatened by another Yankton County resident in which I filed a report with the Yankton County Sheriff's Office. Both of these individuals, the attack and the threats, are hog barn CAFO owners and operators who live in Yankton County. It's unfortunate that the local press have thrown me under the bus so quickly. Never, and I repeat never, asking me, Gary Swenson, my side of the story about the cartoon. I'm saddened by all the hate in our country and especially in our pristine Yankton County. I apologize to the people with the names on the cartoons, the Catholic Church, and all other religious leaders and organizations. Sadly, the song by Don Henley says the best about news reporters. After the plane crash, get the widow on the set with the gleam in their eye. It's called Dirty Laundry. And I ask Yankton County Auditor Patty Hoyam to please enter this entire statement completely into the records of the Yankton County Commission meeting today, August 6, 2019. And in closing, I, Gary Swenson, am the politician in the cartoon. Again, my apologies to anybody and all who are offended by this cartoon. Gary Swenson, Yankton County Commissioner, Yankton, South Dakota, 8/6/2019. And I'm going to get these out real quick.
Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. We have one change.
Give a copy.
Tour station pack, item number 17, that's going to be delayed till the next meeting. Are there any other corrections to the agenda at this time?
Come this way.
We don't want a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
A motion and a second for further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're here. Motion passed.
Dan, people are having trouble hearing.
Our microphones, for some reason, aren't working. We had some phone issues and we think disconnected on accident. So I'm gonna
Give one to
be as loud as I
one for
can, but if we ask everybody to just keep your voice down so everybody can hear. All right, next item on the agenda, item number 5, approval of the minutes from the July 16th meeting. Are there any corrections to the July 16th meeting?
No.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Next item on the agenda, item number 6, public comment. If you're looking to discuss the budget, that's going to be a separate item, which we will allow time for as well. Public comment, remind you, it's limited to 3 minutes. So first person for public comment, Mayor Nathan Johnson.
having me this evening, Chairman Commsion and the rest of the County Commission. I appreciate it. And I'm here to speak in regards to the comments that, or to the post that Commissioner Swenson referred to earlier this night. And these comments were written before his explanation, but I just want to read them to explain where we are coming from. So on Wednesday, July 31st, I was reading the comments in a public group on Facebook regarding a story on a local radio station had done about the city of Yankton budget process. One comment stood out to me, shocked me, in all honesty. It was from Yankton County Commissioner Gary Swenson. He had shared a cartoon with a woman making a confession to a priest. The woman asked for forgiveness because she has killed a politician. The priest responds that she is there to confess her sins and not for public service. I know Gary has just said that he intended the politician to be himself, but in the context of the post where it was in relation to a City of Yankton meeting, I took that very personally, and I honestly couldn't believe what I had seen. That someone would joke about killing politicians in response to a story about the City of Yankton. At best, it's extremely poor judgment. At worst, I consider it a threat to the commission and our employees. And as an elected official posting it in a public forum, he could also be encouraging, knowingly or unknowingly, others to take this joke seriously and follow through with his action. With action. Commissioner Swenson, I think, crossed the line with that post. In today's environment, we don't have the luxury of brushing this aside as a joke. So in response, I immediately made the city commission and the county commissioners aware. I made the city manager and our police department aware. I also reached out to Commissioner Swenson via email, calmly explaining why I found the post so troubling and asked that he please remove it and consider an apology. He did neither until tonight. I had not heard a word from Commissioner Swenson in the 6 days since the event occurred. So I can tell you that whether this was supposed to be a joke or not, it has had an impact on the city of Yankton. We have commissioners and staff who are feeling unsafe. Therefore, Commissioner Swenson at this point is no longer welcome in City Hall. And our department managers have been told that if they feel uncomfortable with him on any city property, they can ask him to leave with or without the assistance of the police department. We've also spoken with Commissioner Clemish about having Commissioner Swenson removed from any committees that involve the city. Some may characterize this as going too far and us not being able to take a joke, but imagine that had been a story about your family gathering, and the cartoon included the family surname instead of politicians. And then imagine that after politely asking the person who posted it to remove it, the individual did not bother to respond, much less express remorse. Would you feel comfortable? So unfortunately, we are seeing violent rhetoric like the cartoon Commissioner Swenson shared at the national level. However, we have the ability in Yankton County to treat each other with civility and respect, and we must protect that. That's why I chose to speak here tonight. I felt I needed to take a stand. Commissioners Healy, Loos, Kettering, and Clemish have been nothing but polite and respectful to me during our shared time in public office. I appreciate your professionalism, and I would ask that Commissioner Swenson look to your example and reflect upon his actions and their impacts. And again, I appreciate your explanation tonight, Gary. I just wish you had reached out to me sooner, and I would really encourage you to think again before posting something like that that I think in its own way encourages violence against all of us. Thank you. And I apologize, I have to leave. We have a city budget meeting going on tonight as well, so busy night for all of us. Thank you.
Next person on the public comment, Joanna Meadows.
Explain this from
anybody else that's in the room, I'm Jonna Meadows, and my husband and I live on a very strict budget, and we just paid sales tax on our vehicle that we just got. And one of the things, Commissioners, you'll notice that I have highlighted on the piece of paper I handed you, was this non-commercial motor vehicle fee. I feel like, why should I pay the county to maintain license plates on a pickup and have it be non-commercial? I feel that is a hidden fee, and the way it shows up on our registration, it shows that I have to pay it yearly. We live on a very fixed income, and a very, we live almost paycheck to paycheck. I'm just bringing it before your attention that some of these fees we weren't aware of ahead of time before we paid the sales tax on our pickup, other than what the dealer showed us. It was an additional $128.70 on those tapes that we weren't expecting. So I'm just wondering, why is that, in my book, a hidden fee?
Next person for public comment, Jennifer Hyatt.
It's a budget thing.
Budget thing? Okay. Bob, Kellen, I think yours is with the budget too. Right, Bob?
Yes.
Tom Reiners. James Cox.
Budget.
Budget. Pat. Budget. Budget. That was quick.
I think, Deanna, I think there's a few more, they didn't realize they had to sign in.
You don't have to sign in for
Okay.
the budget, that's just for the public comment portion. It's time to go ahead and close the public comment session. There is one thing that I wanted to bring up that I forgot about. Our treasurer, Patty Barba's mother, passed away this week, so in honor of her, I'd just like to take a moment of silence so we can all give our thoughts to our treasurer, Patty, and give her time to leave. So let's just take a brief moment. Thank you. Right, next item on the agenda, item number 7, claims. Questions on claims?
Just give me a second here, I have a question. On page 18, there's a check for $17,020. Just wanted clarification on that.
The Minnehaha County Juvenile Detention.
How many kids is that?
I know it's $250 a day, I believe,
Per child.
per child, so.
So that'd be
Big fee.
17 times 4 is 34, 68 days. Give us one kid, $17,000.
$17,000. No choice there.
Yep, well, I agree, I just want to point that
Yep,
out.
thank you for bringing that up, man. Any other questions?
Page 20, there's a check for $25,000 to Lindsay, can't read my writing,
I think Lindsay does the claims.
claims.
Yeah.
That's second half of that, what is that?
That's for the contact center.
That's for the claims.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Any other questions from any of the other commissioners on claims? Entertain a motion.
Move to pay the claims.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Next item on the agenda, July payroll.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Next item on the agenda, the 2020 provisional budget. What you all been waiting for. Does anybody at this time have, like to make a comment on our 2020 provisional budget? Yeah, I'm gonna start out with, he was here first, I'm sorry.
Smart. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Dave Mingo. I'm the Community and Economic Development Director for the City of Yankton. A couple of the things in your provisional budget have to do with city facilities, two of which are in my department or under the organizational structure of my department. First of which is the center. On June 18th, City Manager Amy Leone presented the proposed budget for the center to you. And I just have a couple comments to make that maybe will even help the membership understand things a little better and talk about the history a little bit here. Over the 6 weeks since that presentation, the number has moved slightly because there's been some expenditures and it's moved slightly in a good direction, slightly. So the number that was presented at the time for our 50-50 cost share to you was $48,489 each. That number, based on what's happened in the last 6 weeks, is now $47,739, so slightly down. That had to do with a capital expenditure that we had planned for next year that we actually had to do this year, so we're going to have to do some catching up this year. The facility was originally constructed in 1978 with the good fortune of receiving a grant. The city provided the match for the grant at that time. In 2003, as membership grew, there was an addition to the center. It was funded by a low-interest state loan with the cost of repayment largely shared by the county and the city. So, and also the membership chipped in on that also. That was just under $400,000 loan for that addition. The city and the county have historically been in a marriage to provide the facility for the center's membership. The city serves as a landlord with the responsibility of maintenance and repairs. Membership or its donors pay for things over and above basic maintenance repairs. So what the membership pays for is the programming and any what I'll call niceties that you might see there. Like I think a couple of years ago there was a donation of a fireplace. Things that spruce it up, but not functional, operational, or maintenance sorts of things. The city provides the county notice on a quarterly basis for what the actual expenditures are. So it wouldn't be just that number that I read to you divided by 4. It would be what actual expenditures are to maintain and repair or provide utilities for the center. Those expenditures by both the city and the county have historically been viewed as an obligation to the center's membership. It's important to remember that the proposed 2020 budget of $95,478 is not fixed in stone. It's a conservative approximation of what we think will happen. In other words, we hope it doesn't end up being that high. Maintenance will be conducted on items of need, and we're very conservative, and we try and keep things around as long as we can. If fewer items need maintenance, shared costs will be lower. If the summer's cooler or the winter is warmer, we'll both share in those savings. Of course, the opposite can happen too. Hopefully not. I just wanted to provide a couple of those remarks just to try and preemptively answer some questions or discussions. So the proposal at this point is for us to each share, with each share being $47,739 as of this date. And I can go on to a few comments about the airport if you want to hear those at this time. Or if you want. Okay. Chandgurdy Airport, the discussion submitted by the city manager to you in June was for $15,000 flat rate participation in the operation. We have an excellent facility. A lot of people don't know how good that facility is looked at a statewide level. We are the reigning large general aviation airport of the year in South Dakota. So it's used by a lot of people, and it kind of is an unnoticed asset to the community. There's 43 planes based there. 3 are owned by Aerial Spraying Operation Services that provide service to over 5,000 acres in Yankton County. Airport sees a variety of business activities also. KPI has a plane base here. L&M Radiator, Polaris, Wildcat, Sherco, Tuxedo, Hy-Vee, BNSF, the list goes on and on, are all major economic engines in the community that use the airport on a regular basis. The projected operating budget in 2020 is just over $340,000. And there's also, we're very fortunate to have about $3.5 million coming in of federal money to provide for infrastructure improvement projects out there. We don't have a lot of say in that. That's regulated at the federal level, that FAA money. But what that says is that we're doing a good enough job that the FAA sees value in our facility. County participation in funding the airport has fluctuated over time. At one point, it was a 50-50 participation level. That doesn't really compare to what's going on there now, because there was some reorganization when we changed from a fixed base operator to a city managed facility out there. Because of those fluctuations in the organizational change, we've come to, over the last several years, having the county participate at a $15,000 flat rate. All in all, millions of dollars in contracts being spent out there and in business support. And that's the reason for a request for a shared expenditure up there. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions about each of those issues. And my apologies in advance because I too have to run to the city budget meeting.
Any questions for Dave? I met with Dave last night and the senior citizen board, the air conditioner that is the majority of the increase for the senior center is on its last leg. We had got that some of the compressors had been replaced, but it sounds like one of them is currently out and another one is going out, and it's living on borrowed time. And so, and then the full cost of replacement is estimated at $30,000.
That's $30,000.
Could be higher, could be lower. So that's the cost difference between last year and this year, correct?
That's correct. So we would hope that 2021 would be closer to a 5-year average. 2020 is bumped up because of that large HVAC unit expenditure. Historically, our shares have been in the our expenditures have been in the $70,000 range and not in the $95,000 range. So that is, every now and then, some years it will be lower, and every now and then we have a big project like this one that has to be done in 2020. It was identified at the end of 2018 as something that needed to happen. We held out as long as we could, band-aiding it, and it has to be replaced. With that being said, if it dies tomorrow, it's going to get replaced before 2020 even. So those things just happen when you own the property.
Thanks, Dave. Anyone else care to speak on budget?
Oh,
Come on up, Bob, if you introduce yourself for the record, please.
I'm Bob Cullen. I'm the Vice President of the Board of the Center. And we're here to ask, I've been in Yankton for about 44 years. I own 2 businesses here. I've been on the board of the center for about 4 years. It probably does more for the community than any board I've ever been on. They do a lot of things for the community. The reason we're in trouble is because our unit at the top is bad. That 30,000 to replace that. So I was hoping the county would meet their share with the city and fund this for another year so we can keep the doors open. We do everything in, like the Meals on Wheels, we have fundraisers for that. We pay for all that. But the city and the county pays for all of our expenses, our heat and our gas and everything. I'd like to see that you people could help us out and meet whatever the city pays, you'll have to pay the other half. That's all I got to say. We're kind of in the middle, we're the tenant, you guys are the landlord. I hope they can. I realize the city does, the county does. So thank you.
Any questions for Mr. here to make a comment on our budget? Well, ma'am, could you state your name for the record, please?
Your address too?
No, thank you. Just your name so we can put it in the minutes.
I always like it when good looking man actually.
You know, if you feel that you need to, you can.
My name is Pat Cerny, and that is C with like in Charles. I know all about budgets. As 6 decades ago, as a young married with little kids, I lived on a budget, this tight budget just like yours. And my 2-man bunch of little boys seemed to think that playing on their knees was the only place to be, because you know what that did to jeans. And I learned to patch jeans knees and patch them and patch patches on patches. But it came a time I had to get into the budget because the jeans no longer stood up. And it's just been up the way our air conditioning is. It's been patched and patched. It will no longer stand up. Now I came to Yankton 6 years ago, and we picked this community for a lot of reasons to retire here. And one of the first things we did was join the center so we could meet new people. And I think I came in with a brand new perspective and had my eyes wide open. I hadn't been there before, so I'm seeing everything new. And what I'm seeing is the place for people, and some of these people who belong there have no family close by. The center is their family. They come, some of them come in the morning and do Bible study or exercise. Now, if you do exercise, you gotta be cool. They stay for wonderful meals, and then they'll stay for cards in the afternoon. They need to have their health looked after, and one of the ways of keeping their health looked after is in the summertime, as hot as it gets here, is to have a good air conditioning system. And I know you all understand, and I know you will do what you can for the center, and I thank you for your time.
Anyone else care to make a comment on it? You're next.
My name is Dana Schmidt, and I'm the library director at the Yankton Community Library. I'm here tonight to encourage you to strongly reconsider your action to decrease the funding for the library. This is not a request for a donation, but rather a payment for contract for services, which was established in 1994. So just to kind of verify our different kinds of cards that we have, we consider if you're inside city limits, there's no cost for the card, and that's because they're paying property taxes and the city helps fund us that way. If they are outside city limits, but inside Yankton County, it's a $5 charge for the year per household. And then if they're outside of Yankton County, it's $40 per household per year. So we're able to give, so when I say county residents, I'm meaning the outside city limits and inside Yankton County. We're able to give them this card at $5 because of the amount of money that you guys contribute as well. And we feel that makes the library more accessible. The library is all about access and giving people access to information and resources. So we don't want to limit that access by having to increase costs if the county is unable to provide the same amount of money. And the library is always more than just about books. We provide so many programs and so many activities, so many resources for everybody in the community, not just checking out books. We currently have about 1,000 card holders that are outside of city limits but inside Yankton County. They make up about 15.5% of our users, but consistently check out about 20% of our, 20% of our checkouts are by county users. Our current contract with the county is $24,000, which is only about 3% of our budget. The library is probably the only place that welcomes everyone, no matter what your race, religion, politics, financial status, or background. You can come into the library every day, all day if you want, and no one will expect you to buy anything or spend any money. We're always there to support members of our community.
After the flooding this last spring, we had individuals from the county who were unable to get to their homes due to inaccessible roads. They came to the library to use computers and to have a space to be when they couldn't be in the comfort of their own home. We ask that you consider that you continue to pay the $24,000 requested to keep the library more accessible to county residents and to help the library to continue to do what we do and offer invaluable resources and support to our community. Do you guys have any questions for me?
I do have some questions. One of the concerns I've heard from rural residents is that they do have to pay, and it's not a lot of money. It's 1,000 residents, $5 each, but it's the fact that they do have to pay. Has there been any thought about eliminating that fee for rural residents?
So the history was that the county at one time agreed to pay for the cards of individuals outside of city limits. And so they were billed per household that was getting a card, and the county didn't have enough money to keep up with that, so it was agreed upon to do a lump sum. And I think that was in about 2007. But we need to get that funding in to help compensate for our budget. So if the county would be willing to make up that difference, we probably could do that without the fee to county.
Any questions from the board? Thank you. Chris? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Chris 30. I'm the Assistant Director of the Center. I left my notes in my purse. It's really easy to talk about the center, so I don't think I'll have a problem. I've been with them now for almost 8 years, and there's a lot more that goes on there than just people playing cards or they want to play a heated up game of table tennis. We have a meal program, the Meals on Wheels, all that good stuff. There's a lot of services I don't think a lot of people know we have, like our Medicare Part D plan with volunteers, the pet food program, the commodity program, and now I'm just going to tug on your heartstrings a little bit, because I can remember shortly after I started at the center, we had a couple come in to see about getting on our commodity program. And I went through the guidelines with them and verified their income, and I was shocked that between the two of them, they made less than $700 a month. So I was never more happy that day than to hand them a box of food that they could come back and get every month to supplement, their grocery bill the way it is. So we need the county, we need the city, we need equal support from both to continue doing everything we do there and to keep going with our mission. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments on
I'm Sylvia Colson. I'm a member of the center for quite a while. But there are some things, like Chris said, you don't know. And someday, a lot of you will be a senior citizen coming to the center, which I hope you do. There's 3 reasons why I think I really like the center. And it's because we have the fellowship at noon. But then there are times like Tuesday and Friday nights is bingo. And I called bingo as long as I could, but I really enjoyed it because we help the ability people that come and play bingo. And that is a special key that I think that the center really applies. And I think you should come and see it sometime. You would be really amazed how happy they are. Another thing that they do is we have entertainment, but we also have the Meals on Wheels that people that can't afford to get a meal, the city as senior citizens help to pay for their meals. So that's one of the 3 reasons why I like the senior citizens. Thank you.
So I'm Crystal Nelson, I'm the director, curator of the Yankton County Historical Society. Or is there somebody else who wants to go?
You're up
first?
there, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So I just first heard about our budget being cut this morning. And nobody gave us any heads up whatsoever. Last year, at least, when you guys planned to cut, we had an opportunity to come to the budget meeting and to clarify a few things, because I think sometimes things get a little confused with all of the different things that go into the Historical Society. So I'm just gonna make it brief, and it's kind of rough around the edges, but, I can certainly come back and talk more. First of all, there was a misunderstanding that the mill levy funds that come in every year go 100% to the Historical Society, and that is not true. It goes to the Yankton County Preservation Commission, who supports multiple historic preservation projects in the community and in the county, not just the Historical Society. So just because maybe the mill levy is going to see perhaps an increase for next year, that doesn't mean that the Historical Society is going to see an increase for next year. So there's a cut of our budget of about $9,000. I want to clarify that the funds that we do get from the mill levy go to the preservation and long-term maintenance and care of the Mead Cultural Education Center, and that is something that we wanted to set up through the Preservation Commission to be a catalyst for what can be done with historic preservation in the county of Yankton. On a side note then, the funds that you guys are looking at cutting are the funds that go to the operations of the Yankton County Historical Society, and the care of the over 45,000 objects of historic value to our county history that we take care of. We have 5 staff people, amazing people who work not just one job, they do the work of 4 or 5 other people in that one. And so by taking a cut, it hurts really hard in a lot of different ways. And our bottom line is because any entity that's been funded and supported for at least the last 12 years that I've been there. Keeping in mind too that if you're cutting just $9,000, for us it means a whole lot more than the dollar value, because we use the money that you guys give us to apply for grants that either match that or sometimes they will triple it. And so when you're cutting $9,000, you're cutting more like 18 or 30 or something like that. So I'm very concerned that if we continue in this trend, like we lost almost 10,000 last year, and we're going to lose 9,000 this year, what is next year going to look like for the following year? And then, if we're not supported, then I can't make something out of nothing. I can't match money if there's no money there. So I understand that there's nothing in the museum or the historical museum line item. It's the money, there is $15,000, I guess, sitting in historical sites. I've been understood that that's funds that's supposed to go to the Historical Society. So maybe some clarification there to make sure that that's in fact what is intended for. That would be very helpful as well. So, I know there's lots of other people that want to talk. So I would be happy to come back, help clarify things. I'd be happy to share our budget with you, let you know what percentage it goes to, what we do with it in detail. I'd be happy to do that another time, given a heads up.
Thank you. And this is just a provisional budget. We're gonna have 3 more meetings on this. Nothing's finalized. This is, we all got together and we put numbers, and this is a great part of the process, is that you can give us input on what's going on. So this is not, anything for sure tonight. This is just only the.
Completely understood. Yeah, so I'm just letting you know. We can certainly provide you with recommendations. Thank you.
Yeah. The next dates, I'll probably take one more comment because we have a huge agenda, but we already have that. But we're also going to be discussing the budget again on August 20th and September 23rd. September 3rd.
The annual budget has to be approved.
So there'll be many opportunities.
I'm Andy Lampman, and I'm the Mills and Mills Planning Director Center. So I just kind of want to touch a little bit base on what Sylvia said about the Meals on Wheels program. I think it's very essential to the center. It's an amazing program. I get emotional. It not only provides the elderly in our community like homebound with a home cooked nutritious meal, but it's also providing them with a welfare check. The family is not concerned, that they're okay or not, because we have Meals on Wheels drivers that are checking on them on a regular basis. It also provides them with that just simple social interaction that they might not normally get. I hear on a regular basis from the clients, family members, about how important the program was to them, how they were able to stay at home longer because of it. We recently had a Meals on Wheels client that passed away, and his daughter came in to the center, and she's just going to share what she said. She said, "Thank you to the entire staff and all the volunteers with the Meals on Wheels program. My dad was able to enjoy life in the comfort of his home because of you. He enjoyed getting his meals each day and truly appreciated each volunteer who delivered it as well as the care was taken to get him to the meal. This work is so precious to all of us. Because of you, we knew that our dad was okay and was able to remain on his own." And then she said, "On behalf of his family." So I just wanted to let you guys know that I am very supportive. And Pat wants everybody in the center to stay, just to show the support.
Everybody in the center, stand up. Come on. Show our voice.
I guess I'm a member. Can we get your last name for the record?
Dan, just for interest, how many of you had one talk today? 2 more? 3? Your hands up in the back.
We can't hear you, I'm
How
sorry.
many more people would like to talk on the budget? We got
On the center.
on this.
Let's just go
Well,
with the
it's,
center.
it was the center and the air, I guess we should probably let everybody talk. We're gonna have, okay, this last one, and then we gotta move on, so we'll address it. Be brief, like I said, we're gonna have ample, we're gonna have more opportunities in the future.
Christy Hauer, Haver, Executive Director of the Center. I'm getting a lot of pressure from the back there. You got to get up there and speak. Well, what many of you don't know is the commission asked me to speak a couple, 2 or 3 weeks ago, so I've already been at this pulpit and had the opportunity to share many of the stories that all of you have already brought to light. And the one thing that is very, very evident about this group of people up here is that they genuinely care about the center. There's not a doubt in my mind. When I was here a couple of weeks ago, they were very positive. They asked some very great questions and were very supportive. And we all know it's tough to make ends meet. And when you got roads and you got bridges and you've got all these other things that you do, it's tough. It's tough to make that almighty dollar stretch. Now, I've been at the center for 7 years. We can boast about a balanced budget because we've made that dollar stretch. And I know that you can do the same and keep us in your thoughts because we do some great things. You look at this room, this is a sprinkling of what we do and what we have to offer. These are awesome people. I have the privilege to work with all of them and to try to serve them and meet their needs. I would just say that I would, many communities across the country, I'm heading to a national Meals on Wheels tournament, many programs, senior centers, which we're not a senior center anyway, by the way. You are all eligible to join if you're 18 or older. I put that plug in a couple of weeks ago. So we are the center, we are strong, we need your support, but many centers across the country have city commissions and county commissions fund their entire operation. When I go to these national conferences, they actually they pay drivers to drive Meals on Wheels, and it's all county and city funded, which blows me away. It's like, oh my gosh, we're so blessed to have our volunteers, I can't even imagine paying for drivers. So we got a good thing going, and we need your help. You've been a part of this from the onset, And we gotta keep these people cool. Otherwise, or those of you that don't want it cool, you know, we had the conversation today, so there was a big debate, 73 or 78. I said, you know what, let's do 75. Because half of the people are cold, half of them are hot. So, again, I know, you know, we're not here to convince you to love the center, because we know that you do. We do appreciate what we do, but likewise, we appreciate all the challenges you have before you with your budget, and we appreciate everything that you do for the county.
I'd like to thank everybody for their input. I think we could probably keep going on for all night today. I think we probably need to make a decision on the board here. I guess one thought I have is we have our county accumulation, we need to put in that $56,000 toward a new ambulance, as we can pull the $15,000 out of that and put it into the center this year and fix their air conditioner. You know, then we're gonna run into a problem when we have a new ambulance, but that's something we could do to fund them.
I think, oh, I forgot, it doesn't work. I'll just speak loudly. Sorry. I have to put my teacher voice back on so I can reach the back of the room. I'm just going to list some of the things that we donate to, so everybody understands kind of the pot of money that we have. And we have $240,000 that I'm going to list here. And these are based on what we spent last year, not what we're proposing this year. So the Missouri River Sedimentation Organization, $1,000. Yankton Transit, $5,000. Boys and Girls Club, $20,000. Airport, $15,000. Library, $24,000. Historic, $24,000. Center, $31,324. Homeless shelter, $10,000. Contact center, $50,000. Domestic abuse, $10,000. And YAPG, $50,000. So that gives you an idea of all the organizations that come before us and request funding. And we have to be the people who make the decisions where those dollars go. And the proposal that we had for this year was cutting about 11% out of those funds. I did have a conversation with Nancy Winandy about YPG and our 5-year commitment for that. It was made a couple years ago, so we essentially have 3 more years of $50,000 pledge that we have committed to. She has okayed that we can move that down to $25,000 in our budget, and then at the end of 2020, if we have extra funds because our sheriff's jail has made lots of money, then we can evaluate paying the other half of that $50,000 commitment.
Wow.
So, to the commissioners sitting here, that's essentially $25,000. Maybe we can reallocate to some of the items that we chose to not fund the first round. It's something to consider, and none of the other commissioners knew about it because I just talked to Ms. Winandy yesterday. So whether we actually make a decision to change anything tonight or if we wait till the next meeting is really up to the commissioners what they feel comfortable committing to tonight. But I just wanted everybody to have that picture because I've been approached about, I'm on the soccer board and I know exactly what fundraising is, and we're looking at trying to raise huge funds for more fields and things like that. And I know it's hard to get volunteers and everything, but I also know there's a lot of other folks out there who feel their organizations provide the best services for our community, and maybe the other people could suffer a little more than us, that kind. So and just keep that in your thoughts and minds because it is tough. I mean, when you're the guy writing the check and you have to tell somebody no and you get to tell somebody yes, that's the position we're in. So with that, I will let the other commissioners speak.
I'd just like to ask Nancy, being you're gonna give $25,000, maybe for 1 year, can you give the entire 50,000 so we can split it up between the airport, the senior citizen, and the library, just so that we can get air conditioners working?
You know, I think that the intent there is the
I
county,
don't-
the
excuse me, I didn't
county.
finish it. That's okay, but just for 1 year, you know, when people break down, when they have trouble, they help the ones that are in really need, and the senior citizens are in need of an air conditioner. I'm a senior citizen, I know Maury Eckern, his brothers, Bonnie, all kinds of people that go there, because I meet with them every Thursday. And they tell me about it. They said that's the only place they have to go, some of those people. And I would hope that your 50,000 could be donated 1 year to spread it out between these three other, the library, the airport, and the center for one time. If you want to do 25, I believe 50 you could. I think you could do it.
I don't believe that's my decision to make. We have a board of directors who is, our mic is working. How convenient. That our board of directors would make that decision. I can certainly ask them if they would be willing to do that. But I believe that our pledge and going down to that $25,000 a year, which does provide you more flexibility within your budget to do more for the worthy organizations here in the community. I have sat in your position and had to make those tough decisions with the city of Yankton, and it is not easy to do. But there are partnerships and obligations that, as a government entity, both the city and the county should hold themselves accountable to. So I do feel that there is flexibility that you all have, and you've been looking at that within your budget. And I know that when it comes to your budget raises or the increases for your own salaries, that you'll probably take a personal look at that as well, if you want to contribute that to some of these worthy organizations as well.
I already tried that.
I will be coming before the commission either at the next meeting or the following one to do a presentation on YAPG. And just as a note, I was doing some research today on the other counties and what they contribute to their economic development organizations. And at the $50,000 that you contribute, I look at it as an investment. It is not a donation to YAPG, because we are one of the few organizations that is working to bring more people to Yankton to increase the property tax which goes into your pockets so that you can spend more money to worthy organizations like this. That's what we spend our time on. And for your $50,000, it costs every single person in Yankton County $2.19 a person.
So can I ask how many companies you've brought to Yankton in the last couple of years? With good paying jobs?
I've only been at my job for 16 months, and we're working at bringing people to Yankton because we have 800 job openings right now, and our businesses are asking for us to bring people so they can fill those job openings. So that is really where our focus is, and I know you guys are pressed for time, so I'll be more than happy to answer questions when I come and present to you. So thank you for your time today.
Don, do you have any-
Yeah, I've got a little bit to say. I'm probably pretty conservative in my political thinking, and I see roles of government in different veins. I don't think the government is a cure-all for every single thing out there. And it seems like everything ultimately goes to government. That being said, we have at this point in time a luxury of having a jail system that is generating a tremendous profit that is not in our current budget because the state doesn't want it to put it in our budget. We have committed some of those funds to a fund that will perpetuate the ability of the jail to maintain itself in a status that will allow us to continue to serve prisoners from various other organizations. So it looks to me like we've had this flow going on for at least 5 years I've been involved, and it looks to me like, talking to Jim, that it probably won't change in the near future. I see way more value in taking the needs of the center and perhaps all of the things that have been cut and putting them back in the budget and taking it out of those designated funds for the year 2020. And I think it'll do more good for the community than having those dollars that we saved, maybe chip seal 3 miles of road or 4 miles of road. It doesn't do diddly squat to our overall problem with roads. It's like a gnat on an elephant's ass. So, that being said, my proposal would be to go back and look at all the things that we've done. I've heard from many people, in addition to those of you here, both on the center. We were out last night at Lesterville on our Midway store on roads, and we heard from a lot of people out in that area. They have needs and desires. They're a little different than our city, the bottom tier of townships might be. But there's a lot of concerns about budget, and I guess that's where I'd be. I'd support designating those funds for the next year and take a look at the budget.
Joe, you're done?
Yeah.
Did you have anything, Joe?
I'll say that I've spoken with several members that are here and different people with different organizations, and I don't think there's an organization there that any one of us don't support and don't patronize, my kids go to the library every Monday night, for children's program, and we go to the airport breakfast, we go to the different things. We've gone to pancake feed at the center, we've gone to different things, so, I think I speak for all of us that we do support all this, and we do have a partnership with these organizations and with the city on some of these, and I think we need to work better with them on that. There should have been probably more communication with these proposals and these provisions, and I think, and people I've spoken with, none of this was, in my opinion, set in stone. This was a starting point for looking for funding, looking for budgets, and we need to continue this conversation. This budget that's proposed, I guess, was not the final, in my opinion, and I don't know tonight if it's easier to approve the provisional, knowing that we need to continue these discussions, or if we want to put the dollars in now, but either way, I think we need to move forward and schedule another budget meeting.
Do we want to do a special meeting for the budget where we can look at adding on, or do we want to do that tonight?
I would prefer to just have a budget meeting myself.
If we're kind of thinking that we might put it in there, we can just do that. And I guess I'd like to say is thank you to all of you. When we sat up here for, 7-8 hours, going through hundreds of pages of budget, we didn't have a lot of feedback from anyone because nobody was here. And that's the whole point of us doing these budgets, so we can get input from you guys on what you want to see, because this isn't our budget, this is all of our budget. So I'd like to say thank you to everybody who came here and spoke with us. So did you have anything else?
I did.
Go ahead.
And so your stance right now is we're going to go ahead and make some adjustments tonight before we approve?
No. Approve the provisional, because I have to advertise.
Okay.
And you can do your changes, we have 2 more meetings, and then if you want an extra meeting, but I have to advertise.
So the one thing I'm going to leave the discussion with is to think about is the original cut $26,824 from all the requests that were made. the conversation I had with YAPG, which I thought was very generous of them, if we move theirs from 50 to 25,000, you have saved 25,000. And if we're looking at refunding this 26,000, it's essentially a wash. Now, that being said, at the end of 2020 is when we will evaluate to make that second half of the payment to YAPG, again, if we feel the funds are there. And if they're not there, they have agreed to tack on one more year to our commitment. So instead of 3 years at 50, we would then have another year on the end of that. So I think I'm going to ask the commissioners to think about that as we go away, because again, I thought it was extremely generous of YAPG to understand that this county needs to start putting money away for roads, because the exact statement, it's just 3 miles of chip seal, has been made for 20 or 30 years. And it adds up. So as commissioners, we have to keep everything in mind. And this area is the most important part of the budget to me, and it's hard to cut. But we also are fiscally responsible for the future of this county.
So move approval of the provisional budget.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Roll call vote, please.
That's,
Did you-
that is based on another budget
Well, yes.
session
Yes. Yes.
to make adjustments.
Yeah, I think we need to schedule a special meeting and go through this again.
I had some other questions about things as well, so.
Okay. So we will be scheduling another special meeting, and then we'll have 2 more meetings after that. What were those dates again?
The 20th and September 3rd.
August 20th.
And I just want, this maybe, that's $17,000 that we paid for a juvenile. That's almost as much as we're fighting over here, trying to cut and hurt programs that are really valuable. Not that the juvenile doesn't need the service, but keep it in perspective, it's about the same amount of money
For 1 month, and it's out of our control.
out of our control.
For the 60,000 we spent in the last 2 months
Yeah.
of court fees that are out of our control as well. So I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Healy,
Yes.
Lowe's,
Yes.
Emery,
Yes.
Swenson,
Yes.
Clemish.
Yes, motion passed.
Is that it? We can go now?
We can go now.
Go ahead and
Well, I didn't get to talk.
Oh.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Next item on the agenda, temporary one-day liquor license. Anybody here to speak on this?
Dan, you have him turn on his mic.
Everybody turn the mics on, I guess they're working.
Yeah. I move approval of the temporary one-day liquor
Hold on,
license.
is there anybody here to speak?
No,
Okay.
it's just a,
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passed.
I think my works, Dan.
Next item on the agenda, approved Lewis and Clark West Road District. This was the building here.
we'll have an election and to see if it's, the people in the district will vote
Anybody here to speak on this? Entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Of interest, I note, talking about equalization, this one, road district like this happens, then we don't do any of the secondary road taxes.
That's true.
and that's about 4,227,607.
Next item on the agenda, surplus 2009 Chevrolet Impala. Don, are you looking for a new Impala? It looks like we got it when they had 4 miles on it.
How many miles are on?
I don't know, it's just being surplus, it's,
I think Jim talked about this, and they were.
Ryan, you need a car?
I'll move approval of the
Surplus?
surplus.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed. Let's move on to, hold on one second. Do we want to move this unlawful drainage till when the state's attorney gets back? Is that what we want to do?
You want to ask Mr. to
You want to,
explain?
do you, well, come on up, sir, and we'll, let us know what you're looking at.
Your main,
Next item on the agenda, item number 8, unlawful drainage of public uses.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Jim Desai. I submitted early last week a request for enforcement to Mr. McGinnis' office, the acting zoning administrator, with a copy over to State's Attorney Commsion. I don't know what procedure that they had planned to follow with respect to informing each of you of the contents of that request. I did not come here tonight to present it myself. Could certainly talk about it if you wish, but being an attorney, I thought you and the rest of the people might appreciate silence. So if you have a question, I'll do my best to answer. Otherwise, perhaps Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Clemish can inform you of the content of that. And then, of course, I also made a motion for the request for enforcement to be granted. So now that motion has been made, and that's up to you now to make your decision.
And just a heads up, that Mr. Clemish had to step out
Sure.
for a bit, so
Prayer service.
he had a fever, but I believe he will be back tonight yet, so
Sure.
that's what I would.
That's, if you have business, gotta go do that.
But we do understand the importance to, from your standpoint,
Now, oh, by the way, tonight, August 6th, 3 years ago, 2016, this is the day, 3 years ago, that Mr. Anthony's request for a variance to move the lot line was granted with the stipulation that he not destroy or change the character of the neighborhood or damage anybody's property, and both contingencies have been violated. And I went through my written with you folks a couple of weeks ago, so I don't need to repeat that. You got your notes on that. Thank you.
We'll table this for later in the meeting.
Yes.
Entertain a motion to table item number 8.
Move to table the later in the meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed. Entertain a motion to go into Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, we're now in Board of Adjustment.
Good evening. Tonight we have a few initial uses and variances before you. First one is a variance request by Dustin and Lila Beeson. They're looking for a 1,560 square foot shed. The property is zoned R3, which is high density residential. Unfortunately, or uniquely, their lot is actually 4 acres. So it's coming off kind of Chris Road, which are half-acre lots, but at the end, when I'd say the east end of that property, it opens up to large lots. So their property and the way it lays out in the site plan in your packet, it's minuscule as compared to the size of the lot. That's what they're wanting to build. They are laid out, we have a site plan in there for you to look at. We put in a beacon, kind of size of their lot there, shown out in turquoise, and then we have I apologize, did not photocopy well, I see now. The existing house and the proposed shed. We have proper notice via the letters, also posting the property and putting it legal in the newspaper. Invite the Beeson family forward to answer any questions you may have on this.
No opposition from neighbors?
Nothing, I have not heard anything at all.
Wasn't at the planning commission. Come on up, sir. State your name for the record and tell us what this project is.
My name's Dustin Beeson. Just want to build a shed to store lawnmower, stuff like that in. You know, it's a 4-acre lot out in the country. We still have a lot of grass to mow, a lot of snow in the wintertime. Just want somewhere to store equipment and stuff to do that.
They never get big enough.
Wow. Good starting point anyways. I spoke with the neighbors, both sides, everybody's happy with it, no concerns.
This is just a variance for size, not any setback.
Just size.
Any questions from the board? Thank you. I'll ask for public comment. Anybody from the public care to speak on this variance, either for or against? Now would be the time to do so. Going once, going twice. Go ahead and close the public comment period. Board have any more questions for Mr. Beeson?
I move approval of the variance request.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Kettering,
Yes.
Wolf,
Yes.
Swenson,
Yes.
Ely,
Yes.
Clemish.
Yes, motion passed.
Before you now, we have actually 2 requests for Southeast Ag. The land is owned by Dean Mormon, who's part of Southeast Ag, as well as Dallas Hanson, who's not here this evening. Dean Mormon will be here as the landowner to present. We have a conditional use permit request for sale of seed corn and treatment of seed corn, as well as, and then a variance for construction. Number one, the lot size. They're going to buy an old farmstead and put a large building on there, totaling, what is the size? I'm sorry.
60 by 207 with a 30 by 40 office.
So farmstead does not qualify for a commercial type building, that only qualifies for a residential building. So they do have to get a conditional use to operate that and a variance for the size as well. Previous discussion for the planning commission were primarily focused on, it accesses off the Walshtown Road, one access, the other access is to the south off 301st Street, I believe it is. There was concern about accessing off that and proper stacking distance for truck traffic coming off the Walshtown Road. That's been addressed at the planning commission level, but I believe that was the only major question that were addressed there.
Yeah, there's an approach coming off of 301 now, and there's the 2-inch mat from the stop sign about 100 yards back or whatever. That approach will be on that asphalt, not on the chip seal portion of that road.
So, Mr. Mormon's here to answer any questions you may have on the specifics of the project, timeline, et cetera.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record and tell us about your project.
Dean Mormon, Dallas Hanson, and I are part of Southeast Ag. The business currently runs out of my wife and I's acreage. As I'm slowing down, the 3 young gentlemen that are going to take over, we'd like to move the facility between 301 and 444. We're on a gravel road, and it'd be much better on the Washtown Road. It's a better location, and it'd be off of our farmstead. So we just basically want to move the business. It's going to stay the same. Not much will change, but we just want to move the location.
Any questions from the board?
It's just like all the other seeds, the channels and the same kind of side.
I do have a picture of the facility, if you'd like to look at it, the location of it and where it's at now, to show you the acreage size, you know, in comparison to what they will have, if you'd like to see it. This is our current location. This is where we're projected to, and here's what the new building will look like.
I guess the only question I'd have is if turning on or off that 1.5 inch mat that is gonna rip it up right away.
Most of the trucks, I think, will come off of the Washtown Road. As far as full trucks, I don't believe too many full trucks will come from the east.
And we talked to Mike about that too, where, my concern was that I wanted it on that apron versus just the chip seal portion. And he said that's what he had requested or where they were gonna have it. My only concern was if there's enough distance from the stop sign to the approach, but I think there's going to be.
Is there 200 feet?
I don't remember off the top of my head what that meant, but I believe you're about right in there.
Dean, is that on your property?
It's docks, no mile north of New York.
So it's on the north side, northeast.
And Mr. Mormon, I shared my concern with you at the planning commission, and, you know, we're getting a lot of extra trucks. These are all county roads, and we're estimated about 200 trucks a year. I know they're
And I
going-
think that's extremely heavy.
That's what he said, and, you know, my concern is we have a year like we had this year where we got road hauls on, we got trucks coming from, you know, where's your seed come from?
Most of it comes from Iowa, but,
Sure.
I can't think of the town where the big warehouses, but sure. And then the beans will come from like Cherokee or Jackson, Minnesota, but, you know, they'll come down 46, and I know you addressed 46, but we're all gonna have to deal with Highway 46 when we start working. I mean, farmers as well as us.
I'm just concerned, you know, when we have road hauls, you know, limits on now, they're a lot different in Iowa, they're a lot different from county to county than they are. You know, the trucker may not know what our limits are on our roads.
See, when the low limits go on in South Dakota, we have to tell the plant, and we try to get our seed point in before low limits go on. But when low limits go on in Yankton County, we have to let them know. So the trucks will not deliver, 80,000 pound loads. And most of the loads we get are not 80,000 pound loads. We may get 20% of our loads come as 80,000 pounds, and we fill the bulk bins at probably 5 loads. They're probably 65,000 pound loads, because they split it up. And a bushel of beans, we sell 140,000 units per unit instead of 50 or 60 pounds or 60. So I mean, it's not as heavy as a full semi.
What gravel road do you live on now?
302.
It's 302.
Between 448 and 447.
That's in Maryville? How's that gonna affect when Highway 46 is torn apart? We don't know how.
We just gotta figure it out.
Okay. Well, I mean, what we're trying to do is think down the road, if we're taking gravel roads, then, you know, we don't wanna be hurting Randolph Township or anybody else, so.
We're probably gonna have to use Trail 1 at some point.
You're not gonna tear that nice grove of trees out, are you?
Part of it.
Part of it? Shame on you.
I appreciate your attitude that we're gonna work it out, because a lot of people are complaining about having to work it out.
You gotta deal with it.
Thank you.
Down in or Gary someplace.
No, I know where it's at. I grew up out there. He's my neighbor.
Any more questions for Mr. Warren? I'll open it up to public comment. Anybody from the audience care to comment either for or against on this project? Now would be the time to do so. Come on up, sir. You have 3 minutes, please. State your
Jeff
name.
Penal, Yankton. You talk about the roads, with the trucks on them. You put them no through truck signs on. You better allow it for everybody. Washington Road, no through trucks. You know what it's gonna cause if you start getting certain people to let trucks on there, and they get off the hook, and other people are fine, and they're getting fined, you're in trouble. So, I would like, if you're gonna make it, no through trucks, because they're out there, the signs are up. By it all. Not just certain people, or business coming in. Because it will. I worked up some people and they're upset with the trucks and that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience care to make a comment? Come on up, sir. State your name for the record. 3 minutes.
Robert Frank. I live a little ways south of that. I'm very familiar with 301. And if you go on 301 next to the county line, there's a large seed on Danny Redrick's over there already. And that was done, and that was in, and that road is held up excellent. Where it was used to be broken up, that it was completely ground up, and then it was redone, and that held up this spring. And if it held up this spring, that's a really good sign. So 301 is a pretty good substantial road there too in the Walsh County. Yes, I think it'll work excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the audience care to make a public comment? Now would be the time to do so. Would you like to come on up, sir? State your name for the record, Mr. Gustat.
I'm Mordell Gustat from rural Mission Hill. I'm Quinn, was a neighbor of mine until I moved away, and separating a business is to stay in our county. They gotta have home base, and I see no problem with using 301 or Welshtown Road. It's not no through trucks. They end there, so it's not through. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the audience care to make a public comment? Now would be the time to do so. Going once, going twice. Go ahead and close the public comment portion. Back to the board. This is for the conditional use.
Address the conditional use first, approve that or disapprove, whatever, good action, and then go to the variance next.
Move approval of the conditional use permit.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Kettering,
Yes.
Lowe's. Yes. Ely,
Yes.
Swenson.
Yes.
Clemish.
Yes, motion passed. Next item on the agenda, item number 11, Southeast Ag variance. Same property. It's 5 acres, is that correct? It's 5 acres.
Plus or minus, they're taking a farm site then south to 301.
Did you have anything you'd like to address this one on?
No, it's,
Do you have anything you'd like to state on this one, Brad?
Something we discussed in planning and zoning, just for everyone's knowledge. If they were looking to build a home, there would be no variance or anything requested at this point, but because they want to commercial property, that's the reason for the variance of the less than 20 acres.
Anyone from the public care to make a comment on this variance? Either for or against, now would be the time to do so. Going once, going twice. All right, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Back to the board. Any discussion from the board?
Move approval of the variance.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Wolf. Yes. Swenson.
Yes.
Dewey.
Yes.
Kettering.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes, motion passed. Next item on the agenda, item number 12, Richard Stark variance.
Started before you for a variance, and provided many pictures on this. Basically, his property, you would drive on Kaiser Road to the very end, and you basically be able to drive right onto his property into his garage. That's how we set up. From his property, you will basically drop off to the ravine. So this is a classic, not by action of his own. You can't put his garage much, there's not a lot of wiggle room there to fit around his house and not be in a bad topographical area. So the setback in this area, he's in a low density residential, so 5 acre minimum, and a 10-foot setback on the side yard. He can slide, get as close as he can get is 5 feet and make it really fit. He is here tonight answering specific questions about this.
Welcome, sir. Come on up, state your name for the record, and tell us about your project.
As Ryan had mentioned, I mean, somewhat of a topographical hardship there. To move the proposed structure anywhere else poses some serious fill and some serious foundation issues. So I have verbal permission from the adjacent landowner, Mike at Mary Villanueva. Their comment was put up on the fence line for all these years, so.
You don't have anything written from them, they just.
I can get that. If needed, I can get that. It's a typical wood structure, 2-car garage, shingle roof. The existing garage on the house now, it's a very small home, small square footage. The existing garage will be converted into living space. I spoke with the other adjacent neighbors, the Osborne's to the north, they're fine with it.
Those trees are yours, if I remember right?
So the trees on the south side of the proposed garage?
Yeah.
They'll remain there, they're right on the lot line, so we'll trim some of the limbs on the north side, and the rest will remain there, so virtually from to the south, you can see the garage.
Any other questions from Mr. Stark?
No.
Thank you, sir. Anyone from the audience care to make a comment for or against this project? Now would be the time to do so. Anyone? Going once, going twice. Go ahead and close the public comment portion. Back to the board. Any questions for Mr. Stark? His variance? Entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Kettering.
Yes.
Dewey.
Yes.
Wolf. Yes. Swenson.
Yes.
Clement.
Yes. Motion passed. Anybody want to anybody need to take a break? Or keep going? Keep going. Right. Next item on the agenda, item number 13, Earl Renter conditional use permit.
Before you now is the old Leo Renford conditional use permit. They are proposing to construct a Class F animal feeding operation, a nursery swine with 1,400 head, approximately 14 to 55 pounds, equating to 240 animal units. It went to the planning commission, approved an 8-0 vote, with 2 conditions. One was that they plant trees within 2 years, which was proposed by the applicant and just confirmed by adding it to one of the conditions. And the second one, I don't remember the exact wording, but it essentially was work with the contractors and construction crews to establish a haul route, how you're going to haul your concrete and materials and such to best benefit the county and preserve the roads. In essence, and how we want to work that. Is that really close?
Yeah, I think we needed a defined haul route from the highway superintendent prior to construction.
But that dealt strictly with construction.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Rumper's here to answer questions you may have.
Come on up, sir. State your name for the record and tell us about your project.
Good evening, my name is Joel Reifert, and my plan or my goal is to build a swine facility, a nursery facility that would be 240 animal units. There are a goal to be able to just try and stay sustainable in this agriculture economy, as I'm sure many of you know is less than desirable at the moment. Do you have any questions I can try and answer? Another thing that I think Mr. Healy here is aware of, I don't know what is the correct term for this, from the governor's office of economic development. How do I best explain that?
I just received that today as well. It's the program.
Taking the tax.
They have a name for the program.
Says that
It's a state.
Economic development.
Yeah, it's a sales tax rebate
Does
to
it-
the county.
Is it?
South Dakota Jobs Grant, is what they're calling it.
So the way I understand it is it takes all my tax money that I will be putting out on this will be directly to Yankton County.
Correct.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, it would go into the general fund, the sales tax off of the building materials essentially. The state, the 4.5% state sales tax.
Does it have the dollar amount on that?
I have a dollar amount here, I'm not sure how.
Was it half a
The
million
state-
dollar project, isn't it?
Yeah.
Half percent, $20,000 bucks.
Well, but
But
when
not
we
all of that's
attended that
eligible.
meeting, that there's only specific things of, is that the certificate? Because somebody sent me a certificate from Spade County and it said how much the dollar amount that that county was supposed to get.
Well, here, I'll read this statement if you can understand it. The state of South Dakota may provide a South Dakota jobs grant of $11,970, but not to exceed the state sales use tax paid on eligible project costs during the project time period. So I don't know if that's referring to the amount that I will be giving.
Is that a certificate? Did we see that?
Yeah.
Because what I've seen is that we're supposed to get a certificate stating that.
What's your total? What would you put down?
$450,000 project.
So the amount the county is gonna get is $11,000, and we may get $11,970. Is that correct?
So the process is Joel worked with Paul to get everything submitted to GOE, and they review all that. Do they take it to the Board of Economic Development? We're not sure if it goes to them or not. I don't believe so.
I've never seen one.
Okay, they work it through internally. This may be one of the first ones that actually got to this point. And then they review all the inputs, dollar amounts, and generate this letter and this dollar amount. So based on whatever they input in, obviously costs and whatever else, they generate this number. Is it rock solid? Probably not. Is it pretty close? I'm assuming so.
Is that a one-time payment or is that an annual payment to the county?
One-time deal.
One time? Just-
Does any of that go to the townships? I mean, because you're
We can,
organized.
so, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Just to, I'll jump in, because Joel is not the expert on this program at all, and neither am I, and apparently GOED is still figuring it out too. We did not have a lot, well, we attended that meeting, there was still some unanswered questions. They're going through it, but some of the stipulations was that the dollars here, go back to the county, to the general fund, for the county to do whatever we feel necessary with. So if we want to, allocate a certain percentage to townships, if it's on a township road, that would be up to us.
This is not on.
This one's not. And so, one thing that's important, I guess, is that part of the program, the producer has to comply with it, and they have to agree to sign this or to apply for it. And they
The timing thing is real sensitive too, isn't there?
Yes, the GOE, this needs to get in front of the GOED prior to us approving. And so, I asked Brian to get the ball rolling on that. I called Mr. Emper and made him aware of what we wanted to do. And so, that started, 3 weeks ago, I suppose. And, but the other stipulation in this program is that the applicant cannot dictate, I guess, in a good way of putting it, what happens to those funds. So they can't hold, it was brought up if they, because they have to sign off, they can't say, well, I'll sign it, but I get half the money back. They all have to go to the county, and then we can put it out, so.
Seems to be a win-win.
Right.
For everybody involved.
It just didn't sound like there's been many through yet, and
There could be a few bumps in the road.
the process isn't ironed out. Good way of putting it.
Basically, it reads, Joel Remper agrees that the South Dakota Jobs Grant will be conditioned on assignment of such grant to Yankton County. So he's agreeing that it gets to Yankton County, gives up any access to it.
We should probably make that as a condition as well.
Well, I think that part of it, I guess, one thing I think we probably need to, okay, so it says here, eligibility and funding for the assistance described is contingent upon the timely filing of a formal application. Do you know if that's been submitted yet?
No, I assume that's why I got this letter back, and it was submitted,
It's kind of funny, worded funny, because you get this letter back, but then it says it's contingent upon filing a formal application. And, I received a message from Mr. Cosbu saying that this was all done, but I haven't had a chance to call him
yeah, the way I understood it is done.
that would probably be the only thing that we might want to put a condition on, is that this is approved. Put a contingent on their contingent.
When will we get any of that funding? Does anybody know?
I'm assuming it would have to be after the project is done.
Well,
Yeah.
I probably don't agree with you on that, Joe. It would be nice if we get the money, but that deals between the state and the county. It shouldn't affect his personal farming operation.
I agree.
If he wants to put his building up and get into production ag, he should be allowed to do that. Regardless of whether the state goes through with their.
Well, whether the state, one of the conversations I had with Mr. Cosbu leading up to this was that was something he was proposing to them because he was not getting the answers. And I said it's not Mr. Redford's fault.
Yeah.
And what he was gonna ask them is to word something similar to this, that, or he proposed to state that if we made it a condition that he has to apply, that's all. As long as he applies timely, then, that would be a condition on our.
Our biggest concern was they wouldn't process it before this meeting. So what would we do to not approve it, so we can still, because if we had approved it, we lose this money. And,
Yeah.
and that's
Yeah,
our
it's in the
concern.
historic.
Do we table it? Do we do the hearing and just, continue it to make a final decision? Or how are we gonna work around it? So that's where we got kind of creative on. And I think that part of that language is saying, well, if you approved it or did this, well,
you didn't file a formal application in time, you lost your eligibility. So I'll clarify that with the state.
So do we or do we not have a formal application at the state?
I believe you do, because that letter is not clearly written at any level whatsoever.
Because in our last article, that livestock development project that's in our packet, it says verbatim that livestock developer applies to the Board of Economic Development for reinvestment payment prior to the conditional hearing waiver. In that meeting that we were at, there were people who had done conditional use permits days or even after this program came out, and they weren't given anything.
Right.
And so I think that this needs to be cleared up, at least for me, in my opinion.
I guess I'd have to agree with you, Dan, there's more questions here than there are answers.
I'm just trying to help.
It's a new program,
Yeah.
and I wish the state would be,
Yeah.
you know, but if we're gonna, you know, if this is gonna get approved.
I mean,
you
it's
know,
gotta start somewhere, you guys
Yeah.
gotta start with somewhere, I'm willing to do what I can.
And I talked to you, I said, we don't wanna hold you up.
Yeah,
I don't remember if you had a timeline.
Well, sooner the better. Before winter, that's for sure. No, weather is a lot of.
We wish this program was a little.
Yeah. New programs that's going on.
Well, we can talk about other aspects of the
Right.
CUP. We shouldn't get hung up on this for an hour.
Did you have a chance to explain your project fully? Is there anything else you wanted to tell us?
The building site will be near my home. I don't know if you have, planning committee, I showed different pictures here, so you can kind of give you. Yeah, here's good. Pictures black and white, but, the site of,
Should be in their package.
should be good. Yes, yeah, on this page here, it shows it pretty well. Yeah, as far as the location of the building to my home and my mom's home, so my mom is living, or house where my aunt lives there.
Do you have the dimensions for the building?
I believe it is. I knew this a month ago and then I looked at it.
61 by 143.
Yes, that sounds right.
Who's your integrator?
My construction firm, the Sunterra, are you referring to Sunterra that we were getting the hogs from?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunterra was my contractor.
So do you actually own those hogs?
No, I will not own the hogs, no.
Do you know where they're coming from?
I believe Kansas, if I remember correctly, from the US here. So it's actually, I believe, a subcontractor type thing.
Kind of a operator of a extended stay motel for hogs.
Yes.
Yeah.
I prefer to call it a bacon barn, actually.
Call it what?
A bacon barn.
I like the extended stay motel things.
I like to make bacon too, so. Yeah, they won't be permanent there, they'll move on.
How long will you keep them there before you turn them around?
Approximately 7 weeks.
7 weeks?
Yep.
So if you do 6.5, 7 turns a year.
Yeah, about 7 turns a year.
And then your manure from your pit, how many acres do you have to put that on?
Was it 400 plus?
80 acres a year is what
Yeah, yep. So we have more than enough property.
I mean, that's what the app said, 80 acres.
Yeah.
Well,
And you got 460 acres.
Yeah, plus.
My
There's more
concern-
acres that I didn't even put down.
My concern with that, Joel, is how much of your acres do you actually own? I know your family owns some of them, but you're also renting some, and some are owned by multiple people, correct? So-
My dad operates all the farm ground.
Okay.
That it will be going on.
You know, this does happen though, but, you know, a lot of this land, none of it really be owned by me personally, and some of it being owned by multiple people. What happens if some of that gets sold or?
There's not too many people who will deny on their property.
That's, but I'm saying that's something we have to plan for.
Absolutely.
Something gets sold, and especially in this area, you know, you have Jamesville Colony, you have the muck build operation, and you have a lot of these acres are already taken up with somebody's manure management.
Sure, yeah.
So,
But we've been farming that property for 30-plus years, well, technically, if you call it a family. The property where I'm going to be putting it on, my great-grandpa purchased it back in the 40s. There's no sign of anything going anywhere, other than maybe, there is no sign of anything going anywhere.
Can I ask you how many siblings you have?
I have two siblings.
They farm too?
My brother, my sister lives up by Flanger. She farms it there, and my brother lives near Scotland. He farms part-time there. So.
Just be careful when
Yeah,
somebody dies, because I know what happens.
Sure, and like I say, I don't think my brother would turn down monitor. You know, if he was farming the property.
Does your pit, does that hold 1 million gallons? That's a lot of hold.
I'm not sure how many gallons. It's supposed to hold over a year's worth of manure from the facility.
About 500,000, Gary.
I couldn't tell you offhand how many gallons it was.
You probably, if we wanted some assurance on additional acres, you could probably get your brother to give you a manure easement on a piece of his property.
Well, he doesn't own any of the property right now. It's all, my dad is operating all of the property. And I think there's even another 160 acres that I didn't even include on it, just because of the complication of explaining it. I thought I had over 400 acres. I thought was quite sufficient.
It is.
You know, it's not like I'm coming here with just 160 acres. I mean, it's a large amount of property that we have access to, and there's other neighbors that, in fact, when I said I was putting up a barn, he said, well, so do I get any of the manure? I said, well, not really. So,
none of this acreage is part of anyone else's nutrient management plan?
Nope, what's on there is no nutrient plan.
Do you have a little livestock?
I have about 35 head of stock cows.
I did notice from the blue line map that some of the areas you've identified have identified blue line streams in them.
Sure.
So avoiding those areas for application.
Absolutely. Where do you see the blue lines?
Well, the blue lines are on my map, and this is your intersection, and there's one on the
South side, yep.
southwest corner, there's one over here on the southeast, and then
Okay.
on the northeast.
Sure.
My directions, right? And I can see them, I pulled up the Google map of it, I can see where you're farming.
Yep,
Near those.
Yeah, those are wet areas, and yeah, we would be going to areas in those, some of those correct areas, so to speak. We're just staying out of it.
How far do you think you're gonna stay away from manure applying to those streams?
Oh, at least 50 feet to 100 feet.
You have to have that management that you get approved with the DNR.
He doesn't.
I don't think I do because of my animal unit size.
It's a nursery barn, he doesn't
It's
have.
only
one.
240
He says
animals.
he's going to.
Oh,
Are you
Did
gonna
it
get?
say it in the year that he's going to?
maybe that. I don't remember.
Yeah, I thought I did.
It might have stated that everything that I'm doing would qualify or would comply.
Yeah, that's what it says. It would
Really?
apply.
Complies with everything.
With him not having, DNR is not even gonna look at this barn. So if we want them to stay 50 feet from blue lines, that's up to us to require that as a condition, because if we're not, he could be right on it, and DNR is gonna say, it's under 1,000 animal units, not my problem. So that's up to us as a condition to require that, and it sounds like you're willing to do that anyways. Sure. Everyone wins in situations. I see you've got a pretty good sized slough, and I mentioned that to you in the northeast part.
But that's going into CR, if I'm understanding,
Right.
that's going into CRP acres anyways. I just included the whole field out of simplicity. That corner,
Can you apply manure to CRP?
I don't know why you would.
Why, because if it's in your manure plan and it's going into CRP, that's what I'm, that's what I'm saying.
It's into grass, and so you'd have.
People would put some of that in their
Thank you.
plans under DENR requirements in case they can't get into the field.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
late harvest or something,
I
they
see.
can go apply.
Go apply it on that.
But you can't apply, if you're in a DENR plan, you cannot apply to a pasture or your CRP if it's not in your.
I see.
And the important thing too is you won't probably be able to knife it into CRP, you
No,
have
you
to
wouldn't.
surface apply that, and according to this right here, you're telling us that you will not surface apply, you will knife it in, is that correct? So I mean, if that's gonna be in CRP, and you're applying it, it'll have to be, so, I mean, that's really then not gonna be part of your plan.
Not that corner, no, I put that property in just out of simplicity, I'll explain. To not include that, you'd have to sit there and do a legal description that's this long.
Is it,
How many acres are you gonna put in CRP? You don't know?
I don't know, that's my dad's property, so I don't know how much he has left going to CRP.
I guess I'd like to know,
10 at most.
have you finalize, manure fields on these, so we know, because it's up to us, nobody above us is gonna check this, have any idea, so it's really up to us to know what you have and what you don't have, and if there's a chunk here that's not gonna be used, now you may have 400, now you have 350, I don't know what it is, but
Oh,
it's
if
less.
it's 10 acres, that's probably pushing it through. It's really a minor part.
It's tough to get it in the CRP, don't you guys do?
Well, the Ginger watershed, I don't know what all.
It's a good program.
It is.
What, 7 years on the CRP?
I think so. Yeah, it's.
Some are 10, some are 15.
Good place for.
I think it's 7.
Good place for pheasants.
Yep. Pheasants and ducks, really a good spot for ducks. Ducks and geese.
We have another question. We talked about in the planning commission, your mortality plan. Why don't you go over what you plan?
I plan on having, every truck to come, as often as possible, when there's dead, there's, I guess that's really, there's gonna be a mortality, shelter that will be built. It will be kept there until every truck arrives. It's real. Else I can say about it.
Is it a concrete or a wooden building?
Concrete floor and just 3-sided, I believe 4-foot wall, tin walls, just to keep it out of view from the road and kind of keep it contained in the spot.
Like an open machine shed?
Yeah, well, there'll be no row.
Oh, no.
No row, just 3-sided, just to keep
Like a
the
fence
site.
then?
How's that?
Kind of like a fence?
Yeah.
What is the animal industry, you said here you're gonna be in compliance with the South Dakota Animal Industry Board. Do you know what they require for mortality? I have it here, because I know this is a topic we discussed about at the planning commission. It says, procedure of disposal of animal carcass, it reads as follows: carcass of animals which have died from non-communicable causes shall be burned, buried to a depth of 4 feet, or disposed of by licensed rendered plant within 36 hours. So, they also offer, burial, composting, incinerating, and rendering. And I know, just like the spring we had, rendering truck might not be available for a week or month. And so, what's your plan if a rendering truck can't get there in 36 hours?
Well, I suppose probably option B would be to bury them.
And you have to get a special approval from the animal industry board before you can do that. And then there's other criteria that, I got it here. It says you have to call, you have to have setbacks 1,000 feet from surface water, boundary waters, and floodplains outside of a wetland, 1,000 feet from an occupied dwelling, 1,000 feet from any private business or public drinking water well, 200 feet from a road, right away or property boundary, which would probably be further than where you're proposing it now, and then greater than 20 feet above an aquifer. So if that is your plan, you probably, I don't know how that's gonna work with the requirements of the state. So that may be an issue, you might have to rethink your plan for that.
My dad owns vertical property, property from this location all the way to the river, my dad owns. So that's mile and a half plus. There's more than enough area to bury the animals, under those criteria. So hopefully I don't ever have to go to that.
Was your land or your dad's land flooded this year?
Which parts?
Well, you said there's about 400 acres total.
Yeah.
With your dad and your brother and you, and whether any of that 400 acres flooded this year?
Flooded? I mean.
Underwater?
Where there was water there for. How's that?
Were you able to farm all the 400 acres?
Put down. We didn't get it all farmed, some of us put it to cover crop.
Like half of it, or?
Maybe a quarter of what quarter and a half.
Any other questions for Mr. Renfro? Open it up for public comment. Did you have anything else you'd like to tell us about your process?
I don't think so. Sometimes less is more.
Any other questions from the board? We'll go ahead and open it up for public comments. Anyone from the public? Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Couple things quick. You talked about setbacks for manure application. That's gonna be covered in the zoning ordinance because it's a conditional use and you have performance standards, and that's gonna set manure application standards. I don't have a book in front of me, so I can't tell you what they'll be, but when you're talking about those blue lines and streams or what's.
That's only streams classified as public drinking water supply, which, as far as I know, not
You don't have one for fisheries or any.
Yeah, but those streams would not be fisheries.
There should be something in there that says that. Maybe not.
There's wells, 250 foot from private wells, 150 feet from operators' wells.
We have a bunch of them in there, so I'm surprised they don't, but maybe not. And as far as the tax issue with GOED, communicated with Paul Cosmo, and he said, I submitted the formal app already before getting the letter. Absolutely, you can approve it. That's why GOED rushed to get it through before tonight. If you want to approve the condition of being verified with this approval, to be safe, that's okay. But he filled out the formal application with Joel's assistance and forwarded it to the state to ensure we got it before this meeting, so we didn't lose out.
Anyone from the public care to make a comment either for or against? Now it's time to do so. Come on up, man. State your name for the record, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Patty Granco. I guess my first question would be, is he applying for nitrogen or phosphorus? Because if he's applying for phosphorus, you need a lot more ground. And my request would be is that the board, if you would ask him to please take that class in Huron. There was just one, manure management, cost $100, been to it myself. You get a lot of experts in the field, and they give you a lot of really good information that you can take home with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience care to speak on this topic? Be for or against? Now would be the time to do so. Come on up, sir, state your name, 3 minutes.
Good evening, Phil Taw, from Gayville. I'd like to echo what Patty just said, and I'll say a couple of other things. I'd like to commend Joel for his plan and the location where he's wanting to build this. He's provided more information than required, and go through the CUP process is one of the first Class Fs. Hopefully he did that in an effort to communicate to the citizens of the county that we all understand what his dreams are and what he's trying to do. And I'm pleased that, unlike other applications, he went beyond minimum. The minimum wasn't good enough for him. I want to thank him for that. Had that been done a couple of years ago, perhaps we would be in a better place right now in Yankton. But that brings my focus to this board and what you folks need to do to help him, to help us live together and make sure everything's right. Every animal feeding operation has its own unique circumstances and locations, but they all have something in common: trucks, manure, potential for mass casualty or any casualties, and how to control that, and proper enforcement mechanisms. And that's what we want to see out of this board. Concerning trucking, apparently we talked about building all the trucks going in, coming out. That's a great idea and a great plan beforehand. But afterwards, working with the Janesville colonies down there, there's a lot of trucks going in and out of there. There should be a plan with the county or with the township. So when this board here just approves these hog barns anywhere, and when they do, the cost of repairing those roads either falls on the township that's organized or on the county. And we don't have an agreement there. There's no idea in protection for the citizens or protection for the operators, and that should be emphasized. Is that my time? No. It's time to wake up. All right.
Tell my wife I'm
the mass casualty, we need to have an emergency action plan, and I'm going to advocate for that in this county. If and when a large disease comes, like African swine fever, or the next generation of something, we couldn't even burn our corn stalks in this county because of the flooding and because of the EPA and other things. What are we going to do when we got to burn 10,000 hogs or do something with it? I don't think we have a plan. I don't think we've talked about it. I don't think the operators talked about it, let alone burning 10 of them because you can't get the burning plant out of Freeman to come up and do it because the road's a mess. So we need to talk about that. I'll echo that training. Patty, you said $100. I paid $50, so maybe I got a better deal. And I went to it, and I thought it was great training. There's a lot to learn there, Joel, so I would go. It's not just about manure management. You get contacts with other farmers. You talk about how to get rid of carcasses. You spend half a day, 3/4 of the day, you're up and out, and it's a great training. I think you need to go. Whether this board can require operators to go, I do not know. But I think this board, your responsibility is to have reasonable expectations. Another one is a groundwater monitoring wells, $1,200 a year or to install, and $100 a year to test it. You should do that on all of them. Thank you.
Anyone else care to make a public comment, either for or against? Now would be the time to do so. Going once. Going twice. Close the public comment portion. Back to the board. Anybody have any more comments for Mr. Winter?
I took that training, it is good. There's lots of
training.
General nutrient management, whether it's waste or commercial fertilizer.
Joel, I got a couple more questions. So with that, Have you attended that class yet, or are you planning on attending it?
I don't know.
And then how are you gonna do your soil testing? I know since you're not DNR permitted, nobody's gonna make sure that you're doing it.
Just a basic probe test that you send it.
Are you gonna do that yourself? Or
Most likely, yeah.
do you have an idea of how you're gonna, you know, you're gonna fertilize to the nitrogen requirement, phosphorus requirement?
Yeah, the crop that we're planting, yeah.
Board have any other questions? Well, I guess one of my concerns is if we don't know whether or not we're going to get the government Office of Economic Development rebate, I guess I would propose that maybe wait a month and we could do a continuance or something.
I disagree with that. It should have no connection at all with this request. It's between the state and the county. It's not an issue between.
To help you guys out if I could.
I would agree with Don. I mean, it's not Joel's place. I think him applying is as much as we can require. Now, the state, you can see in this letter here, it says, basically, it does not create an obligation on the part of GOED or the state of South Dakota to provide assistance without, to the extent applicable, the conclusion of subsequent definite agreements with GOED, blah, 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 blah. We don't have any guarantees right now, and I guess to me, I don't put it on Joel, I put it on the state, and if we get burned on this by trying to do the right thing and allow him to move forward.
I understand Dan's angle about the money to maintain the roads and long-term support there. I understand that, but.
And I get your point too, but this right here says the livestock developer applies. So the burden in this, the reason this program is in place is that a livestock producer goes to the state, applies for this, and it's supposed to help his chances at the county level. And so I appreciate, you know, you guys' point of view in it, and I can see it, but why leave $11,000, almost $12,000? Should we have an argument for an hour about, you know, $15,000 with the center, and we need every penny we can get, and the worst thing that happens is we wait another month, you know, so be it, I guess. I can see both sides. And
It makes a lot of difference to him,
Yeah.
construction. If he wants foundations and footings and gets in line with contractors to get stuff in the ground.
Well,
and I've been waiting. The last line on the first page says, this offer of assistance will lapse if a formal application is not received at VOED's offices, and they list the offices within 90 days. And Mr. McGinnis just got off the texting or whatever you're doing with the gentleman who's working with Mr. Renford, said the application has been submitted. And that was what had to be done according to this letter.
That's what's goofy in this letter, because that was submitted prior to him receiving this letter. That's what prompted the letter. And then the letter says that they still need to apply.
Well, but what I'm thinking is, having been in government for about 6 months now, is we have this form that has to go out and this form that has to go out, and this might be the first letter that they have identified will go out, knowing that most of them hopefully won't be rushed as much as this one, and then they probably went ahead and just worked on the second one, and then the second one's coming. That's what I'm assuming in this situation, but I do agree with Don and Joel that we shouldn't delay a verdict on the CUP just because of this.
And I disagree with you. Back on July 5th, 2017, when Don Kettering was the chairman, I sent him a certified letter, Rob Clemish and Todd Woods at that time, to have a change of venue, to have a cooling down period for everybody when we first got into this CAFO mess. But no, they rounded through, and now look what we got. So if we're gonna round this one through, we can just look for one trouble.
We're looking at this one. In addition to that, I have some other concerns. We're getting a map that these are my manure fields, but, well, that's gonna be in CRP. We need the whole picture here, Joel. I need to know exactly what we're dealing with beforehand. If you have a chunk that's going into CRP that's not available to you, I guess I need to know that now and not later. Once we're done, if we approve this, we don't approve it. Once we approve it, it's done. You know, there's no other level. DEP is not gonna touch it, and when we're dealing with this mortality management plan, if your plan is, you know, just to do a rendering truck service, this spring is a great example where you need to have a backup plan. You need to maybe have a compost pit, and then where is that gonna go? That's the things that we need to know right now to approve.
The nice part about this location is all the roads have been open, they've never been closed. Especially the one going from 436th Avenue to Midway Stores there, 281. That road's beautiful. That road was done right 10 years ago. It was pile gravel on top, ground up, resurfaced, and that road is beautiful. And there's a lot of trucks, there's a lot of heavy trucks that go on that road, with the multiples and the rates. And it's been paved very well. Anyways, side note, but, that's one of the big reasons I'm putting it at this location, as well as being next to my house to be able to take care of it correctly. So, you know, you were talking about the rendering trucks not being able to show up well. There have to be something pretty drastic to happen if they can't get there.
We had drastic this.
I know you did, but I'm not on a gravel road, I'm not, because trust me, you go from that intersection to the west, and that road, well, it's still taken care of. I drive that multiple times a day, my dad's makes, so.
I don't really want this credit you that, Dan, but just back to the letter before we move on, I guess. My thought regarding the letter is, I guess, you know, this program was intended to, I think their words were to entice counties to be more favorable to animal operation expansion, and it very well may work that way. I'm willing to go out on a limb that this is in process, and if we get burned, it can work the other way just as well. And without counties can start saying we're not going to approve anything until we have guaranteed budgets. But I guess this being the first one, and it not being in his hands, that's where I'm going from, I guess.
Well, we're the last stop. This gets approved. There's nobody above us, so that's why we need to make sure it's right. We need to know all the manure fields, you know.
No, I wanted to address this before we.
Okay.
That was it.
What else do we?
Actually, in the application, I think it's part of the application, item 4, it says applicants must present a community management plan to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for approval and or certification. Then below it, it says A, not applicant. Now, who prepared this?
That's based on our zoning requirements, because this is a class F, technically.
Yep.
All the requirements, they are exempt. They simply need a CUP.
But these are minimum standards too. There's nothing saying we can't have that.
We can't.
I didn't make that statement.
No,
I was just clarifying for Don that technically that's why it says it's not.
And my issue was minimum standards, we could make that recognition. If we chose. Should be a lot easier than DP not to regulate all this.
One more clarification, I guess, at the beginning of this. At the planning and zoning, there were 3 conditions. It was the roll call for construction, the trees within 2 years, and then also we entered this application into record, or however we worded that, right? This app, you would apply, you would adhere to this application.
Oh,
The application,
his
that
answers.
application was never brought up during the meeting.
No, not
Or
the,
what
not the,
application?
sorry, I've got your application here,
The questions that you answered with Paul.
because you've got,
That.
because we've got right here,
Oh.
we've got, it's a Class F facility, but he went through all of the performance standards and answered all of them, even though some of them did not apply. For instance, DNR, manure management plan, he put NA, but on some of these other ones, trees, for instance, he's agreed to plant trees. Let's see, what else have we got? He's got some greater setbacks than what's required, and just different things, but that I wanna make sure that, well, this is part of the
That is.
determination.
I will say that the state will not review a nutrient management plan unless it's tied to the state permit. They'll review a state permit if you require it at 500 N. But if you want to look at a nutrient management plan, they will not do it unless it's tied to the state permit. They have plenty to do. So if you have a lesser where you're not requiring a state permit, if you want to look at review a nutrient management plan, you will not do it.
I think that Davison County requires DENR permitting for, I believe, 500 animal units.
He stated if we required state permitting, they would, but if we
Yeah.
only required the nutrient management plan, they would.
You mentioned road haul agreement, Joe, for construction. What did you have in mind for that?
Based, just, cause I don't know when construction's gonna be, time of year, when that he contacts Mike, gets an improved haul route, cause I don't know where your concrete's coming from either. I don't know. So when all of that is identified, sit down with Mike, call him, whatever, and figure out routes in case you guys are working on roads, or you're doing something, or there's a reason they should be off of a certain road. That's,
Basically, being contact with Mike.
yeah, yeah.
So Joe, you want to require these as conditions for this, once you road haul, is that what you were saying earlier? You did have one condition, these as conditions that will be followed? Or?
Yeah, I think we entered these as conditions, basically whatever his application says, we entered those as conditions.
I didn't see anything in this application about pit additives.
Well, I don't want to, I mean, I'm personally going to be looking into it, but I don't want to state that I'm going to put that and then come 5 years down the road, that is no longer the best option or the best way of doing things. And we still have to do it because you guys told me I had to, if that makes sense. I personally will be looking into pit additives. I'm going to be living next to this facility. My wife, I'm pretty sure she doesn't want any more snow than she has to have. So I will be getting the brunt of it. Honestly, I don't think my neighbors will get hardly any of it except for their application. They're all my neighbors were aware of that,
And you're saying you're going to inform all your neighbors that look in here on, what is it, number 10, H, you have a notification,
By text or
which
Was
word
it,
you have?
yeah, there is a list here.
Which one?
Of,
just,
I don't see that. H says a notification should be formulated to that, then,
was it to the people who were within a half a mile of applied fields? So yeah, it includes my parents, which obviously my dad would know he's on his property, and 2 other neighbors who live down in the same neighborhood.
And as far as,
It's, H, and then, I, or down there. By notification to the affected neighbors, by either a letter or through electronic notification.
It'll probably be a personal phone call.
you know, that's great, you're doing that, you know, some of these that we have been approved before, there's maybe 100 people might be affected here in your area, there's just a handful.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference. What about these streams we talked about? Are you willing to do setbacks on these blue line streams for your application?
That's cool.
We should probably, which, you got that map? I guess the ones I see are the ones straight east of your property. That's looks like a pretty good size stream.
Yeah, that's pretty good street, there's no way to go close.
And then there's that one, now it's hard for me to tell on this map, kind of west that cuts kitty corner to your dad's property, is that?
That's a pretty deep.
Is pretty deep.
Yeah.
So the condition would use,
Is that a creek that we talked about?
I don't know, this is kind of what I've seen on the map right here, these two. Is that-
Oh, sure, yep, that's
So
the line,
these two,
that's the line.
now this one, what's this one?
It's the same, it's the
Is it
same
pretty-
creek. Yeah, it's pretty deep, but we'll be still on that too.
So would you be fine with a 50-foot setback on these three? For no applications? Okay. So make that as a condition.
Foot setback, then blue line street,
Does that work for you?
Yeah.
You probably don't want to get that close to those.
Typically not, no. I mean, unless it's bone dry out.
Won't do any good there anyways.
Something I talked to you about at the planning commission is groundwater monitoring. Did you end up looking into that? I know you didn't know the cost. I actually checked on that with Dakota Environmental out here on.
Okay.
Now, they'll do a well, I believe it's $1,200 to install it. And it's, for 2 wells, it's about $300 a year to test it. And that's how a third party test it. Would you be willing to do something like that to make sure that, you know, it isn't leaking into the groundwater?
I mean, I personally prefer not to.
Sure.
I mean,
No, I know.
I mean,
You
just
wanna cost-
my honest
Sure,
opinion,
sure.
I mean, if that's what we're gonna have to do, it's.
Well, it's a good thing to know where,
Yeah,
you know,
I
if it's
understand.
leaking, it's probably your well it's gonna affect first. Any other questions from the commission? Entertain a motion.
Move approval of a conditional use permit based on the covenants that Bill has written down.
I got one.
Would you be amenable to adding a few, he just agreed that he'd stay, do a 50-foot setback from the streams for their application?
I think that Don was referring to what Joey looks like.
Oh, I'm sorry, go
And
ahead.
then we'll see.
I just was, the only thing I really have is 50-foot setback, but then I just wrote down that Dakota environmental.
I'd personally like to see some groundwater monitoring wells on these, you know, for the peace of mind of $1,200 to install it and $300 a year to test it out.
I'm not opposed to that at all either.
So,
In this situation where he's a long ways from any place, it probably doesn't make a bit of difference, but there's several of them that could.
Sure.
And if we want to start doing it as a standard, make it a standard.
They recommended a bare minimum 2, 3 is better, 4 is best. When I talked to the engineers, they said we really want one on each side is ideal. two, you can get not all the readings, because it could, you know, go one way or another. I think we should just have four, one on each side, and I think it should be tested installed by a third party.
Now we're
tested
getting up to
once a year.
$6,000 a year.
No, it's $1,200 one time, and
Yeah, but the wells
$300
are $1,200, you say you're $1,000.
to install, and then it's $300 for a year for two, so it'd be like $600 a year. Just
So let's clarify there, it's 1,200 a well, so if you
to
want,
install.
if you want four, then it's 4,800 to install. And then is it 300 a well?
350 for two wells.
For two wells, so it's $700 a year to test.
That was rounded to the high end, and that's a third party.
Now, is this forever, or as long as the building's in operation, or how does that?
I guess that tells.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at this from a logical standpoint, you probably aren't gonna leak the first 5 years, but the first 5 years are gonna get your baseline. And where you're gonna leak is as it ages, and so if you want the intent that you're gonna monitor this would be forever.
I don't think they typically monitor yearly though. I think they might establish a baseline and then if there's, you know, after 6, let's say, or whatever, if there's nothing detected, I think they go to, typically, like DNR, I think they go to like 2 a year.
Is that lady that did the ground bore testing, did she do this, you know, here in town? She did the road over there for
Right.
Ralph.
There won't be any soil borings on.
No, but I'm wondering if she has, if they install, if she could supervise the installation.
Well, I think
I mean, this is a small building.
Right.
It's totally.
Right.
And when you asked for the recommendation of how many wells, which type of building? Was it a small building or was it a large building?
I didn't clarify, they just recommended that they put one on each side.
Well, but you know the way.
And because if I
They're
got
out there drilling wells, they're gonna drill as many wells as they can get you to drill.
I guess I wonder about the drilling and monitoring for just a certain amount of time. Like everything, when it's new, it works well. New car works well, but after it's 30 years old, it doesn't. So why would you want to stop monitoring as everything gets older? That's when it's going to leak, when it gets older. Just common sense.
I guess for this small building, if we're going to start requiring ground monitoring, I think one at the ends of the buildings, because that's where your stress joint is going to be, and I know they use rebar and all of that stuff, on the ends of the building, so that's 2, so that's $2,400, which isn't hugely out of line for a building this size. You look at the cost ratio of adding cost to a building, and then I would suggest maybe monitoring for the first 2 or 3 years, every year, and then after that, go to every other year. And at some point, if you start in there, and he's going to have to turn those into us, and we'll pick that up in there, and then we know there's a problem.
Who's going to do the monitoring?
I think it needs to be a third party.
It'll have to be a
Yeah,
third
it'll be
party.
a third party install and then monitoring, and he might be able to get a better deal than us. I don't think we should require him, but I think that's the fair way to do it. I can get behind you.
An interesting little thought just jumped into my mind. So we get this $11,580, and we're gonna require these guys to put in these. Maybe we pay the well drilling out of that $11,000. Didn't have it before.
Right. I'm not totally opposed to that. I don't know that we need to be careful
We didn't even know
where
we're gonna get paid on it.
where that money gets spent.
I'd like to give that 11,000 to the senior citizens.
I don't
And give it to the
know.
well.
Larry, if you take Gary, if you take 2,400 from 11,000, you have some. At least my school.
I think the most important thing is, these are safety features that are offered, and they're not, they do have a cost, but what's the cost if they're not monitoring these things? What's the potential cost is theirs?
What is boring cost?
Soil boarding? That's gonna be a lot more than the groundwater monitoring. You know, Brian?
So it's
Soil boarding?
$200, depending how many you buy, I mean, it's quantity, I mean, there's a couple $100 a pop. You know, you can get them down here, then you get a few of them.
So there was a motion on the table. There was no second made to the motion because we were still figuring out what was attached.
So what I had written down was 50-foot setback between Line Street.
For the no application.
Or where we're at. Road haul treatment for the construction of the facility. Trees to be planted within 2 years of finishing construction.
Trees and
the app said, left it vague, because it said acceptable size.
So we had talked about, I will be working with county, with Cassie.
what kind of trees are you, you're not gonna, are they gonna be this big? Or are they gonna be too
Well,
large?
they'll start out as their roots, I'm assuming.
I think you'll be able to get trees from them, but I don't think that she's gonna wanna give you like an approved plan.
Sure.
Because she doesn't want any liability.
Sure.
But I think you can get trees through the.
Well, that would be my plan, to get trees for that.
What it also says in 10C, a screening and buffering section to include planting of trees and shrubs of adequate size to control wind movement and dispersion of odors generated by the facility. Granted, I guess that's what we have to talk about, is it?
Well, by adequate size, does that mean mature size of the tree, being the adequate size?
I guess
mature
that's
size?
what we need to decide here, because you plant it very good, it's gonna be 10 years.
Plant,
Before it's.
plant bigger trees will cost a lot. It's not that simple.
One thing I would say is I plant a lot of trees from our local conservation service, and my husband and I have realized that the little whips, the $2 ones, if you get the $4 ones, they're about this tall.
In the cone?
No, we in Bear Root. They grow
Oh,
great.
in Bear Root.
Of course, this year, I don't think I killed any of them.
Well,
because I
no,
did so much
Mr. Whatever
raking.
you plant, state.
But, and then oftentimes they will reimburse you toward the end of the year because they have free money. Yeah, so just,
James or one check.
Keep in mind too, that this is a fully enclosed built right.
yes,
If you wanna check a fully enclosed nursery, there's one on Highway 37. You can drive right into the approach, you can drive up, open the windows, and sit there, and you won't smell.
That'd be very similar. Building would be the same. The people who built that building would be building on.
the conservation service has nice trees.
Yeah,
I think
that's
it's
totally
nice to have trees, and we talked about that, but if this is open curtain, I would probably be more of a stickler on having a taller tree.
We all agree trees within 2 years planted?
Yes,
Okay,
that
and we're
was,
all happy.
that was in his
And you
May
can-
31st.
Yep, you can choose the size. What else do
So
we?
the only thing we don't, and then, doesn't have to be code environment, but did we agree on wells, 2 wells?
I think it needs to be two groundwater monitoring wells. And then what you had a good plan for that.
You know,
Was that-
and again, I would test years just to get your baseline, because you might have natural nitrogen in your water, and then I think every other year after that would be adequate.
Results sent to
The results sent to the county, and it just goes in the file.
I think we need to have in there that it's a third party will install and send the results to us.
Okay, yeah, that seems reasonable. And then the other one was the adherence to the May 31st, 2019 letter. Because
Yes.
everything in there, and that's probably a clean way to do it, and this just goes with the fire. Then you don't have to specifically list all of those things.
Yep.
So Don, we've added to your motion. You said what Joe had written down. Are you good
Yep,
with
I'm
those
good with all
things?
those additions.
I will second that motion then.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Did you want to read those one more time so we have them on the record, Joe?
Adherence to the May 31st, 2019 application submitted by Joe Rem for 50-foot setback from any blue line street for newer applications. Road haul agreement prior to construction. Trees to be planted within 2 years of final construction of the building. And third-party groundwater monitoring to consist of 2 wells with, what was that on there?
To test the first 2 years and every other year thereafter.
Correct.
Results made available to the county, conducted by okay. Any other further discussion?
I just disagree with Sherry with this stopping the water monitoring after a couple of years. I think it should be on.
No, she has it.
No, but it should be forever.
Yeah, I
It
think that's
is.
what she has. She just, the first 2 years it's being tested, and after that, it's every other year.
No, It
in
should be every year,
perpetuity.
it should be tested every year, so.
So that's a compliment.
Yeah.
Any other further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Kettering,
Yes.
Los,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Swenson,
No.
Flemish.
Yes, motion passed. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. I entertain a motion for a 5-minute.
We're only 2 hours behind.
Entertain a motion.
Second.
Into Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. We're back into Board of Adjustment. Next item on the agenda, item number 14. We're almost halfway done, guys. James Duke, conditional use permit.
We have the James and Sherry Duke conditional use permit for a above-ground pool in a R2 moderate density district. They are proposing to construct this pool, they meet all the setbacks in the property. They're in a, I'm gonna call it, described to me by them, an adult neighborhood, not bringing any children around. They inform them what I'd like to see for safety, what I'd like to cover, fence, etc. They are here, and they're able to answer any questions.
Come on up, sir. State your name for the record and tell us about your project.
Hi, we're James and Sherry Duke, and we're proposing to put in an above-ground pool in our backyard, basically so our children and ourselves can enjoy it in the summertime.
This is about what it looks like minus the palm trees I asked last
Yeah.
night.
Yeah,
Everybody
I wish
made
we had
fun of
palm
me
trees.
that we didn't have palm trees, so.
And that will have a fence around it and all
Yes,
that.
we were proposing a fence around it. We're planning on a ladder that folds up that can be locked, so that it can't be accessed and once it's down, as well as the cover and such.
Questions? If it, say it leaks, is there a neighbor's house or something that would get flooded or?
It would go into ours, if it leaks, because our yard slopes that way. Actually, it would go into a shed, probably where it would be located. But let's say that's not gonna happen.
Any other questions? Did you have something? Thank you. I just want to check into that public comments. Anyone from the public here to make a comment either for or against this project? Now would be the time to do so. Going once. Going twice. Seeing and hearing none, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Bring it back to the board. Any other questions from the board?
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and I'll give that one to Gary, a second. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Ely,
Yes.
Swenson.
Yes.
Folds,
Yes.
Kettering,
Yes.
Lemish.
Yes, motion passed. Entertain a motion to go back into regular session.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Go back into regular session. Next item on the agenda, item number 15, floodplain development permits and flood damage repairs. Brian Davis.
Sorry, I had it here.
Right, you want this?
That's even, I can go up there more basically. What you have before you is it came out of a meeting with the FEMA representative for South Dakota. Stopped in and we were discussing our floodplain ordinance, floodplain development ordinance, which is required because Yankton County is in the floodplain, the flood insurance program. So we are required to issue permits for any work in a floodway, Zone A or Zone AE area. Well, after this year, surprise, surprise, we're doing work in Zone A and Zone AE. Thankfully, we do not have a project in the floodway. We thought we did up by Jamesville, but in confirming with Mike said logic, we do not. That's actually further up the hill. So as such, we will be needing to issue, it's written on the top of one of those, 29 plus
34.
Yeah.
I got 30 county slash 34 total.
Add a total somewhere. Anyhow, 29 and 34 total permits between townships and county. With that, our ordinance requires a $100 fee. So twofold. One, I'd like to inform you that we are required to ensure that we maintain our flood insurance with the county. That we do have to fill out, submit, and complete these permits. Also, bring it for consideration, you're waiving that fee instead of charging ourselves $100 times 34, I believe it is. In the townships, $100 times 29, spread across multiple townships. Think about that. Basically, what I provided you is a list of, on the first page is a list of the projects, and then it coordinates to the sheets or maps by project number. So we go through by township, it's kind of by township, and you look at the boundaries. The way those maps are printed out of our office in District 3, we pick up different townships, so you have to look just at that boundary. It's Kittywampus, what you heard. So stay within the boundary of the township and that'll count those. So some townships are very heavy, some are very light. The last page has Turkey Valley, who really did not submit damages to us, or to Paul, I think, they never submitted them. So we didn't map them. So they were never included on the final map that was up on the highway, closed, open, and so forth. So we're trying to catch up with that. So that last colored map, and it's the last one on there, is Turkey Valley. Basically, we have to do the permits. Some of the repairs have been done. FEMA understands that. It happens. They're okay with that. It won't be penalized. We'll just get the permits done and plow away. And they'll work with us on that.
So you need tonight from us the authority to waive the fees.
If you're so inclined.
I feel that's wise.
It helped the townships out, it helped ourselves out, which is kind of makes sense.
Paying ourselves is
Yeah,
kind of
right, it's
silly.
ridiculous.
So,
Rob, what do you think, a resolution or just a motion should be fine? All right, anybody from the audience care to speak on this? Or what's back to the board, I think, yeah, that's a no-brainer. Entertain a motion on this.
I move to waive the flood damage permits for the county and all affected townships.
Second.
Is there a second? I have a motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed.
So the plan is to work with the emergency management staff, myself, and whoever we need to pull in to get these applications prepared. I think we'll try to prepare most of them for the townships and just have them sign. Rumor is that they're tired of applications and permitting, so I can get everything done somehow with Paul and Aaron's assistance. We'll just get it to signature level. I won't be forging anything, so keep that out real quick. All right, thank you.
Do we want to go back to the unlawful drainage?
Yes.
Number 8?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have to take that from the table.
Yeah, Rob, while you were gone, we had the unlawful drainage. I'm fine with going back to that at this point.
So I move to take from the table item number 8, unlawful drainage and public nuisance.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Next item on the agenda, item number 8, unlawful drainage and public nuisance. So, Brian, did you want to take this one?
We've discussed this issue a few times between the planning commission and yourselves. Robert and I have talked about it. There's a couple ways we've looked at how we can approach this situation. One would be, is it a structure? Go on that way. One is a nuisance. And the third would probably be drainage. Those are the three things to the top. That's my memory that we've tossed around. Now, Mr. Desai has submitted a request for enforcement, nuisance, whatever. I'll take a broad-based where I'll review that. I guess the first question right away is, I believe the county's in on feeling that they need to take some action on this. So then we need to look at what's our best course of action. Do we to have some success? And that's where I think we need to get the final decision on what will foster the most success in our approach to this. And then if we do so, we'll have to look and say, we look at structure, we have to be very clear in defining what constitutes, where do we want to go and how far in a retaining wall type situation. And where do we get out? Is it 6 foot or less? I've done some research, talked to some people, and generally that seems to be, I've talked to, we started 6 foot and above, go after fences and everything, and anything below 6 foot. Or you go actually 7 foot, because sometimes people raise the bottom of their fence a little bit, they have 6 foot panels, but they'll raise the bottom because of the grade, they actually start at 7 foot. So either way, 7 foot and above, they would regulate, 7 foot below, don't really do anything with it, it's a standard building permit. Or we go as a nuisance. Nuisances are difficult, in fact, it's hard to define the nuisance such. I think the next most viable is actually just drainage issues there. I think there's violation of trespassing and easement issues as well, of how they're draining.
So they were originally given a variance for this property, and if they've broken what the variance stated, do we have authority to make them undo what they did?
Yes, I would say you have the authority to void the variance if they have conditions to it.
And to put back how it was before they started? I mean, is that
Sure.
also maybe a way to approach it?
Sure, I think the answer's right, but I thought the variance was just they replatted the lot, and now it's like 480 or something.
But wasn't there something listed that you read earlier tonight?
Yes, ma'am. In addition to the moving of the lot line, which was the original request, there was no other request other than moving a lot line. The commission at that time also directed that whatever he did there, he could not change the character of the neighborhood, and he could not cause any harm or damage to the servient tenements. There were two conditions attached. And of course, the property owned by Karen Dawson, which is lot 11 of block 3, the drainage system that was installed without the benefit of a geotechnical engineer ruptured, and water and mudslide came down the hill, damaged the back of her home and her air conditioner. That was in September of 2018. And then the following March, this past March of 2019, there was another hard rainstorm, more mudslide came down, and that mud went into Mrs. Dawson's kitchen and into her utility room. So her property has absolutely been damaged by a drainage system that was flawed at the time that it was created, but then it did rupture. The gentleman created this whole system, including regrading the property at a steep grade, without submitting any preliminary drainage plan to the commission, without submitting any preliminary regrading plan to the commission. He just did it. And now all of us are suffering from it. We've had our property appraised, and admittedly, it's an old cabin. It's nothing but a cabin. It's not a house. And we lock it up in the winter, and we drain the water pipes, and in the spring we open it up again. And that property with that wall behind it is now worth a fair market value of 0. And we do have that in writing from some real estate folk here in Yankton. So we went from, it was modest, a $48,000 bill. It's not a big ticket item, but now it has 0 fair market value. That's what he's done to us. So yeah, we've been financially damaged.
I think, I guess we all agree that we gotta do something, and from what I understand, there continues to build. Is that?
Yes.
Sorry, Ma'am, did you have something you'd like to say?
May I speak? I'm Barbara Michaels.
Yeah.
And our property is affected.
Okay.
And on Thursday and
Why don't
Friday.
you, we'll have you come up if you want to say something. I think everybody, you're one of the people who lives below that, correct?
Yeah.
I think
Dennis
we're
and I
all in
have the property.
agreement. I think that something needs to be done. It's just we're trying to figure out.
Okay,
what
I'm
to
Barbara
do.
Michaels. Our property is 109 Madison Drive. This building continues. He has put another row of blocks above what was existing. It is
When did that happen? Is that
Thursday or Friday.
just very recent?
Very recently. And my concern is this wall is going to fall. I have property, I have grandchildren, I have children. We cannot use our yard. And I don't know what the pictures show, but I have pictures of what it used to look like. It's a safety issue. It looks terrible, that's one thing, you can live with something like that. But it's so dangerous right now. And it continues and continues. And it's like, we need help.
So I think tonight we're trying to figure out which avenue that we just listed we want to.
Yeah, that's the
Go
purpose,
down.
is we agree with, does anybody not think we should do something on this board? We're all in agreement, we're just not trying to figure out how we're gonna help you at this point.
Exactly. I just felt like before when we spoke, it fell on deaf ears. And it's like, please listen to us. That's all I have to say.
So getting back to, and I do agree, it's a drainage issue, and that might very well be our best bet, but in that variance, it does make some statements that, to me, is not being carried through today. So I don't know if we can tie several things together and make a better case. Any advice?
What do you think, Rob? What do you have?
I would agree. I think Brian's first thought process would be that it's a structure requiring a building permit, and then say, by definition of the county, you're gonna say over 7 feet on a fence, retaining wall, we're gonna consider that to be a building, a structure requiring a building permit. And then Brian would have the ability to cease and desist because they're putting up a structure that doesn't qualify for a building permit. And Sherry, I do agree with you. My point too would be, that's probably an easier, simpler thing, but if it goes to the next step where we have to get a restraining order, stop them, shut them down, whatever we would do, then you'd go after nuisance, you'd go after drainage, you would bring everything just to kind of see until there's a definition of a court, that's where your answer would be. So Brian, if I'm saying it right, my understanding is he's looking to you to say, where's the policy and where do we want to go? But I think the simple, easy thing would be the structure by definition, you define it, and then that allows him to say you're operating, putting up a structure without a building permit, and you're in violation of the zoning ordinance. Probably simpler. I know Brian's concern is you get into, dealing with more abstract definitions, and making it harder. But the building permit would be a simpler, easier way to go. And then my theory would be is if you do that, then we allow them the opportunity to sit with them, talk to them, and see where they are, and then go accordingly. And if we still believe we need to comply, then act.
Okay, so, how long is this gonna take?
Short time, within a week.
Short, hire lawyers.
No, because what would happen is if my theory on anytime we're dealing with that is to have an opportunity so they can present their position. And if their position is no different than we already know it, then I would believe that the thought would be to shut them down with a cease and desist, and if they're not, which is where it's probably gonna go, then we're gonna bring an action against them and start an injunction and possibly having a removal of the structure that was put together.
Can we do an immediate cease and desist? Last thing I want is it to go 2-3 more blocks high and somebody gets killed in the meantime. I think we need to stop, right now, immediately, tomorrow if it's that soon. And then I have no problem with them coming in and pleading their case, but I just, in the meantime, I don't want more blocks, because that's apparently what is still happening. So.
And then I do agree with you. I'm not saying we're getting this far.
Can we do it? I think the best plan would be to hit them on 2 fronts. 1, the building permit and structure. 2, the variance, and the variance might give us that in to say, you're in violation of variance and the conditions, or agree to rules, however you want to put it, and you're in violation of that. So therefore, boom, you're done. And just have to stop the court on for that, because it's clear. That's a very black and white violation.
So we've got the decision made on what's gonna happen, or who's gonna take make them get out there with a payloader and dig the stuff out.
Well, here's what we've been doing. I've established a precedent, I haven't been that long, but on enforcement, here's what kind of the pattern we've established just in the last week or two. One, we'll send out a letter. In that letter, I basically say you have approximately 3 to 4 days to contact the office, to set up a meeting to discuss this. Or you have 7 days to respond by mail. It's worked fairly well, and they've gotten back to us. We've set up meetings, we discuss it, and then we give them time to get back to us. And that's kind of a neutral period, and they get back, and at that point, if I don't like, or whomever we bring in to consult, I and Rob, or I and some of you, whoever it is, probably I and Rob primarily, we have the right to, and it's stated in the letter, we have the right to issue a stop work order, or cease and desist, however you go. And then if they don't like that decision, they can appeal it to you.
I think in this instance, I mean, there's public safety is involved, I think we need to take the extra step and shut it down immediately, just, you know, I don't know, is he gonna put 2 more layers on in a week? I don't know, can we do that? What does the board feel? Do we wanna wait another week, I guess?
I think it's safe, the path you've gone down, I think works, but in this situation,
And the
safety
heroin,
considered.
I have no problem with that, as long as we can tie it to something. I need to tie it to something.
And that was my question I was gonna ask, is if we go with calling it a structure, do we have any course of action as far as abatement? And I'm assuming, but if the variance, we possibly do.
Variance, they've blatantly disregarded what is in the variance.
'Cause-
So to me, you can say, you need to stop what you're doing now, and our end goal needs to be the wall goes.
Right,
So
stopping
to
it.
get from stop today to get the wall out needs to be shorter rather than another year later, and then all of a sudden now we're trying to finally get the wall down. And I'll be frank, I have no idea how best to do that. I really don't.
If I may, please.
Sir.
Number 1, in the minutes of the August 6, 2016 meeting is where you'll find the order granting the variance to change the lot line and then these 2 conditions. So it's August 6 of 2016. Then secondly, Mr. Kettering, Commissioner Kettering raised the issue, so we ordered him to remove his wall and reclaim the property to the way it was before he regraded the land upward and okay, all of that. Okay, they're the state SDCL abatement statutes. Number 1, you have the power to order him to do whatever you want him to do, like get rid of the wall, remove the dirt, reclaim the land, grow a variety of grasses and plant a bunch of trees. So that it's now a waterway, a drainage area again, even though it takes a few years to establish. But if he fails to obey, then you have the power to abate the nuisance or abate the dangerous stuff yourself by ordering your county employees to do it, and then the cost is assessed to the land of the owner. So, I mean, he'll pay eventually.
Do you need a motion from us, or how do you want us, what do you want us to do?
Just want to probably talk back, Brian. Brian, the building permit, would that be easy to stop this using the building permit process and saying you're building a structure without a building permit? With the condition of the variance, if the variance has the conditions in addition to the variance. Where I was going was with the commission, if they wanted to make a motion to put a structure, a height limit on a fence / retaining wall.
Well, my fear, if we do that, then he's just gonna take a couple off and just barely be under that, and then leave.
I'm saying you have variance too, the conditions of
Yeah.
variance, I just don't know what's easier for Brian and
I
his
think
capacity.
I'd want to use both. I need a variance to strengthen the building permit argument due to the fact that we're retroactive and we've never, I can't say never, I believe the county has never enforced a structure interpretation on any retaining wall in the county. I'm not aware of it. So, but if the variance clearly states conditions, and they were not applied to, because in addition, there was property damage to others where as rock has fallen, other issues were piled on people's property that doesn't belong there. It came from that wall and the construction of that wall. The slope is not adequate, it's causing damage. There's many things that are done that are just not in tune with that variance.
What is this zone? Is it R2, R3?
Those are only tiny half acre lots, so I'm guessing that's
Moderate density, does that ring a bell?
probably 1 acre lots.
50 by 100.
Pardon?
50 by 100 is ours.
So,
Ours is a little bigger. We have a home that we live in year-round there.
Either high density, moderate density, or low.
You know, it really doesn't matter, you know,
I think it's moderate.
could we use the, you know, section 707 about, you know, stating that because of public health, safety, and welfare, you know, this would be required a conditional use or something of that nature? Would you not want to go down that road? We did that with the firecrackers and explosives, I guess. I don't.
right, yeah, classification of those abuses. No,
Okay.
I really think our strongest path will be a combination of building permit, structure, plus a pull that variance and look at those. And I think the variance is, it's in black and white, it's clearly they're violating it. We hit them with that, and
Do you just need a motion for have you do this, or what do you need from us, I guess?
I think it's just a motion to direct to get enforcement on this property. or
Do you
something.
want anything on the fence height?
Well, may I? The structure is.
Quick.
The structure as it exists with the new additional monster blocks is now 299,000 pounds. That,
Our trouble is
regardless of its,
defining it, you know.
Rather than the height, I would almost show.
well, wouldn't that be
I would
called a
talk
structure,
about the extent of the wall.
regardless of its height?
Is it to hold back earth, or is it
We need to define
is it
retaining wall.
visual aesthetics?
I don't want to calculate volume of earth and pressures
I
and,
know.
you know, the theory explodes. It happens already.
Can we just authorize Brian to
Brian,
take
it's up to
action?
Brian.
What do you want from us, Brian?
We just need general consensus, or should we make a motion that action is going to formally be taken?
To move forward with the
Enforcement.
Enforcement action, would that be general enough that
General
you
enough,
can connect
that's fine.
the dots? Okay.
So I'm not out there flopping in the wind.
Make a motion that the county move forward with enforcement action against the wall proposed by Mr. DeSay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Ely,
Yes.
Kettering,
Yes.
Rose,
Yes.
Munson,
Yes.
Burman.
Yes, motion passed.
Thank you.
One quick question, Rob. If the county has to go out and clean it up and they assess it against the land, if there is a bank lien in front, the bank lien is good, right?
Bank lien is good, but I believe ours might
Trumpet?
trump it. Yeah, county liens, tax liens do. I don't know about assessments when we assess.
It may not be just that easy to collect it.
Did you have a question, sir?
I would like to make a comment or two. I want to clarify a thing or two here. Am I understanding that you're being authorized not only to ask him to cease and desist, but also to remove the wall?
Not remove it this time. We'll start enforcement proceedings and say you have to do it yourself. We're talking a while before the county contracts or
I'm assuming with contract, I don't know with the highway department have time to tear it. Or want to, or have the equipment to, whatever. We're looking at, I don't know, 60 days, 90 days, I can't even give you a time. But no, it will not be gone by the end of the week.
I did expect that, but I did also want to clarify this idea of a fence. He has different levels, 5, 3, 2. He's brought up behind our house up to the 4th, 3 over to DeSay's and to Karen Dawson's, 2 foot each. That's only 6 foot. This is no fence, and this is according to 2 geotech engineers.
Sir, we are agreeing with you. We have to define what we're gonna be going after. That's what we did, and we've started the process, so. We've started the process, so I think that's what you guys wanted of us. And
Indeed.
it's hard to define. We're doing our best to define it, but we're doing our best, and we're gonna work with Mr. McGinnis, and we're gonna get this thing taken care of. It's not gonna be a quick process, but we're moving forward.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, the next item on the agenda, item number 16, alternative HRV LLC. Mr. Ogre. Sorry, we're a little behind.
I know some packages of information I need. These comments you've already got, but. My name is Dan Holtman, and with our own company called Alternative HRV. We do work mostly in southeastern South Dakota. We're based in Sioux Falls. We are, the way I describe us, we're an HR department without a company. If you think of what an HR department does in a sizable organization, we help our clients with everything from hiring and retaining people and complying and compensation for that, policies and procedures and termination if necessary. So the whole range. We work with about 75% of our work is with employers that have no human resource professional on staff. About 25% is with larger organizations that do have one or more HR pro on staff, and we do to supplement what they do. We tend to work with organizations in a couple different ways. One, we have some, and proximity to us makes some of the difference. We have some organizations that contract with us to manage their HR. And so one of our staff essentially becomes a part-time HR manager for that organization. With a lot of other clients, we work on a contract basis, as needed basis. So if you have projects that you want help with, we can help with that. Projects can range from helping with hiring, can range from updating employee handbook, it could be something like putting together a compensation system, reviewing benefits, those types of things. So I've been in business for 27 years, and a staff of 9 of us, and we work in kind of all sectors. We do have a lot of clients in the private sector. We have a number of clients in the public sector. We have some in the nonprofit sector. So we work with some municipalities as well as with some other counties. Again, a range of other HR assistants and functions. Some of our clients, it's been a case where maybe they're approaching the time where they need or maybe foresee that time and they need a full-time HR person on staff. We can help get things in place, get them there. So we've worked with organizations that are growing and helping that manner. We've worked with organizations that are shrinking and where we've taken on the HR role maybe previously they had full-time. An example, we're doing some work with Clay County, with Union County. We do some HR work with the city of Brandon, done some with the city of Canton, done some with Amy here at the city of Yankton in the past.
What does it cost? Like, what does Clay County get? What's the cost of that?
Well, we're kind of working on a project basis with them. So generally, we're charging $125 an hour for the time we're putting into projects. We assisted them with a HR assessment where we went in, looked at what they have in place for policies, for procedures. We visited with each of the department heads to find out what they're doing. One of the things that we realized with counties, they have almost like some different businesses within the organization. And so we helped them put together a handbook. Instead, in fact, we're still in the process of that. And frankly, that's the challenge there is not getting the handbook put together, it's kind of getting the final buy-in from everybody, so that everybody agrees on it, so that they're using the same thing. So, some of the work we do is project work. Sometimes we get called on for things that come up. We have one county where there's a conflict that we went with personnel, so it wasn't really on the project list to do, but they wanted some help, so we're trying to help them with that. So try to be a resource for the auditor and or department heads, kind of however, we can really do as much or as little as you want help with.
Outside of the projects, you just bill hourly.
Right, we do. And even on projects, we're generally doing that on a hourly basis. We just try to get a good ballpark on what the project will cost.
What does it usually cost when you come in for a county and do an HR analysis of this?
It's probably gonna cost between $2,000 and $2,500. And I'll say it's more expensive for a county or for an organization like yours than it might be for a small business, simply because you've got more heads and more people to talk to. So,
And do you kind of train an on-site person in HR a little bit? Or
we do. We had, and that's kind of what we did with Cook County is a good example. We started working with them actually probably a year and a half, 2 years ago. They needed some help, wanted some help to get things in place, and then since then, hired somebody in the auditor's office that had some
I think that's
interest in it. And
that's
where-
what kind of we're looking at least, this is me personally speaking, is we have a great HR person, but that's not their full-time job. Maybe we need somebody to come and do an evaluation of what we need, train the individual we have, and if we need assistance outside the scope, call you guys as come in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are we kind of all on the same boat for that?
And some of that, once, if we do an assessment, what we end up with is a written report to you that's gonna say, here's what we see as things are doing really well, here's maybe a couple red flags, some things, sometimes we may find something we didn't expect, but when we talk to some of the department heads and so on, but, from that, we put together some recommendations for us.
So-
And then it's a case of, you can take them on yourself, or if you want some assistance.
In lots of businesses, to attain peak performance, it takes a culture within
Right.
the group, the organization, that really buys into all facets. And with departments spread out all over, that's a challenge.
It is.
So, have you had experience working in that kind of an environment, pulling them together on a piecemeal basis?
Yeah, we work with some dysfunctional organizations.
I didn't say I didn't say that.
With some very functional organizations too, but you're right, with a lot of organizations, not just public entities, but different departments have different silos and different sort of territories and different ways of doing things. And we've run across a couple counties where it can be pronounced because the sheriff wants to do it this way and have this kind of policy in that department. And highway department is determined to do things a little different. And those are things, obviously, we try to get things together so at least we're consistent in policies and doing things the same way if we can. But it's still, it's sort of their operation. So So we'll do the best we can to try to help bring that together. If they're open to advice, we may give some advice and counsel on how to do it.
I did make a phone call over to Carrie Crum. She's the auditor over in Clay County, extremely happy. So I'll pass that along to you. But she said their personnel handbook is almost done rewritten. And she said the process about which the lady, whoever they're using, went about doing it has really helped to bring everybody into alignment a little better, because it's a neutral party coming in, just asking questions, seeing how things work, and then everybody has ideas and they sit down and talk about it. She did say that she was happy that they came in and they kind of audited her office. They went through like I-9, how you keep things, how you do payroll, FMLA, sexual harassment type things. They're talking to them about how to train people on it, and maybe you'll end up doing some of that training. So she was very happy that they had went down this path. She said at first she was very scared. Someone coming in, you know, and her office has kind of been doing HR. But again, she had nothing negative to say. Yeah.
I shouldn't make comments on that.
You're on camera.
It sounds good. What do we want to do? Look into this further, or what is the board want to do?
You know, I think that before we make a commitment, we need to kind of understand exactly where we want them to start, and starting with the, what did you call it, just the assessment essentially is, I think, because our handbook is just as old as theirs was, about 2004, and it's a decent handbook, but there's some things we've already identified in it that maybe need to be updated.
Can you give us an estimate, like a free estimate on what it would cost?
Yeah.
Is it something you do?
Absolutely. And I can, if you'd like, and one of the things we did actually in Ireni's copy a week and a half ago, to start there, because we just started working with them. And the way we started that was, and I think that's on page 2 of this June 6th letter that's in your handbook. Towards the bottom, we talk about a critical issues in the workplace workshop. What we did was we set up a 3-hour session with department managers. We actually did some of that training. It's on the bottom of page 2. We did that training with the managers, with the department heads, primarily as a way to try to introduce ourselves. So we could introduce them and then had some discussion with them about issues. And that was a good way. And then from there, we're going into the assessment, because that was kind of our way of getting introduced to all of them and then us. So then we're setting up individual meetings with the department heads so we can do that assessment. And then I'm not as sure if Karen has been working with them as well. I'm not as sure if they have where they're at with the handbook. But I can certainly put together something more specifically on what I see, what might be step 1, 2, and 3.
You headed this up, Sherry. That's what you
Yeah, and I think that if you can put something like that together for your recommendation for what you have seen, because you work with several counties, and what has worked well, and maybe step it for us. So this step is this amount, this step is this, and then we have a meeting in 2 weeks. So if you can get that to me, I'll get that discussion on the agenda. You don't have to come back down and sit through another meeting.
I learned a lot about confinement.
Everybody okay with that?
We'll pick one with a lot of agenda items. Don't sit there. This was light low.
This was only 2 pages.
So, but.
We're okay with that, then you get back and brief us? All right.
That'd be fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for waiting.
Yeah,
Drive
thank you.
safely going home.
Next item on the agenda, item number 18, 17 has been scratched. Approval of debris removal bid. Mike Strauss. Thank you for patiently waiting.
What's that? No.
I can send a message to them.
Anyways, I got the one and only bid that we received from Pullman Excavation, with 3 sites on there. I guess I'm just looking for.
I was here at the bid opening, that was the one.
You just need approval.
Just need approval.
Anybody from the audience want to speak on this?
I move approval of the bid.
Second.
A motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed. Next item on the agenda, item number 19, right away for Josh Schaefer.
Schaefer, those are certain line, what we expected. Those numbers in line, what we expected.
It was cheaper than last time. I had an initial bid from the spring. So, just so we had an estimate, a
Yeah,
figure
for the fee.
to turn it to fee, I gave a bid. I guess the right-of-way permit for Josh Schaefer, that's, wants to bore drain tile, I mean, should I be, Fourth Street? Sorry,
This is 295.
295.
Is that gonna cause any problems with the roads?
No, that road is a good, that's one of the roads planned to, you know.
Did we charge him anything
On right of ways, there is no fee. Entrance applications, yes.
Move approval of the right-of-way application.
Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed. Next item on the agenda, item number 20, reclamation bid, January payment. Next project.
Well, I guess the contractor, Wise Construction, contacted me about wanting to come in and grind the roads we had originally planned for. I know we agreed to go down to just the 4 miles, 5 miles west of Utica. The contractor offered, if it's because of financials, that when he does come in, that he would allow us, he would bill us for them other miles in January.
At today's, at the price he does it today?
Right.
So,
But after looking at the end of July 31st, the end of the budget, we're still at 2.5 million in the highway department budget. That's only 41%. We've been working off our inventory. I know we have to replace our gravel. I'm figuring 400 to 500,000 for gravel. And other major expenses that we'll have this year, they're not huge, and the big one that we will have will be the culverts up on the Viberg Road. You know, we're looking at right around that 100,000. I'm gonna try to do something a little different. I've been talking to Clay County, Turner County, I'll use my flow fill in between the big culverts, and there will be no set, should help eliminate settling. So there'll be a little extra expense there, but that project will be getting paid by ER through the state. So as soon as the project's done, I can submit that and get reimbursed, so. Other than that, I guess, I don't see why not just continue and have it paid for, done and paid for, and timeline for them to come. He's still talking October, so that still gives us time to finish hauling the gravel. We still have 9 miles of gravel to haul, but before we do that, I want to get our townships done. So I'm looking at graveling this in September.
if he's willing to get payment in January, I mean, I guess I don't see a negative side to that.
I just don't want to borrow against next year's.
But you don't have budget for it for next year.
Right. You know, if we can,
Well-
I'm still feeling pretty confident that we're gonna be sitting good by the end of the year.
Now, the grinding of the roads that he's talking about adding, we had in the budget for next year.
For this year.
Well, but next year is on in there because you've got so many roads and those roads were gonna be around next year, right?
Well, I didn't know where we were going, so I budgeted next year for the Midway Road. I didn't know
Yeah.
You know, we talked about just leaving these gravel, so I wasn't for sure on.
Yeah, and then we also have to consider the FEMA money will come at some point, and that will be available as well. I guess I'm a proponent of going ahead and doing it, and if at the end of 2019, we have the funds in your budget, we pay in December, and then we don't worry about it.
Right.
Because whether we pay in December or January, it still comes out of the same pot of money.
Yeah, it is.
So I think it's wise to take him up on this offer, knowing well that if we have the money available, we better expend it this year.
Right, at the end of the year.
And if for some reason we have another March 13th, we can do it in January.
Yeah, I'm okay as long as we're still allocating those funds that we voted on to the Stone Church Bridge. I don't have a problem with it.
Well, in addition, though, we haven't talked about replacing the gravel piles.
Well, I want to bring that, I don't care about that now. I want to put that on next week or next meeting's agenda. I want to put out a bid for gravel. Because
It's not on the agenda to talk about, I mean, you can't say,
oh. But,
That'll be on the next meeting's agenda.
Just, we don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, we could, fuel could shoot up to $5. I mean, there's so many unknowns. I hate to have a little extras over you.
Well, we had these two huge piles and they were consumed. If we have a wet year next year and we go into it with nothing piled up,
right, we want to.
the people that are grinding there, they're just like grinding the road. You gotta get somebody into the gravel pit and grind it, and you gotta let them know a couple, 3 months ahead of time.
And the way it's sounding, there will be one in both locations this fall.
So what did you want from us? Did you just wanna inform us of this, January payment, or did you wanna vote? I mean, that's something we could wait on. I think we should discuss, I think this goes into the gravel payment like you were talking about. We should probably decide some of that before we allocate money in January or December for the grinding of the roads. You don't need a motion tonight.
No, I just wanted to bring it up for discussion, and so I have a direction, so I can.
Put it back on the schedule.
The contractor is looking for an answer.
Contractor, yeah, he's got a plan a couple months out.
Because he
you
would
can
have.
tell them to, just a verbal that, to go ahead and go through with the.
Yeah.
Because
Sure.
you're not spending any money. Yeah, you're just having them to move forward with the
Okay.
I'm for going forward with it, I guess. We're doing it though, right?
Well, the way we did it last time is we allocated the funding, and as long as that funding that we allocated still goes to Stone Church Bridge, I'm fine with
Okay. Which, like I said, I feel real confident that we'll be sitting okay at the end of the year.
it. All right, thanks.
Thanks for waiting.
Good to go?
Thanks, Mike.
All right, 21 and
Get the fast
22
mix.
are next item on the agenda, item number 23, ambulance fees and public-related standbys. Mr. Steve Hawkins. Welcome, sir.
So 21 and 22 have been rescheduled.
Well, we can do 21
You wanna
because
do-
Paul's just not here.
There you go.
Paul's
Oh, you're still- I
Let's
thought
do
you were
it
gone.
quick. Let's
I
just
took
do it-
Aaron back.
Let's do it quick and get it on the
I'm
agenda.
sorry, yeah.
No apologies
All right.
necessary. I'm always used to waiting around for Paul.
Right.
He's in the back row.
Because you can just say we saw the truck too, so.
Next item on the agenda, item 21, E911 sign update, and we'll do 22 right away. You want to talk about the, okay, 21. E911.
The signs?
Yes.
Okay, I gave each one of you a copy of a map. We got this from Parks Rental, Parks Engineering, through District 3, who did all the mapping. They plotted it all. Harry actually run this off to me, but that's, the blue dots are everywhere there's a 911 sign. According to state, when they did the process of putting in the signs, the company was not given federal money to put a sign off of the state highway. So all basically had to be gravel, or county roads. If you go out to the lake area, on Highway 52, about every other one is their old, new. I don't quite understand the rhythm. We've been doing some counting as we've been going to different projects. But anyway, I'm trying to get you a number of how many signs are missing. There's some streets that don't have any signs, even out of the lake area. And like we talked about here east of town, and there are some that are still the old signs sticking up. But we're looking at getting some information, what it's gonna cost. We ordered a sign, Mike did one here not too long ago for a new street that's going in. We're gonna see what those costs are and tabulate it to give you a better hard number of what that's actually gonna cost. We're asking for information or input from the people, if you're missing a sign on your street or on the road. And Joe, you stopped one day talking to me about how we could do it for the private developments. So you're kind of working on that. So we're looking at the whole picture on how we can get signs that aren't replaced, or that did get replaced, how we can replace them, and how we're gonna fund it overall as time goes on. Because eventually something's gonna happen to the signs that we got put in and we need to replace. So that's the map. I don't have a whole lot more to report on that, but that's what we've got so far. The truck I brought you guys can look at it, so we'll talk about it some other time, but I wanted you to make sure you've seen that piece of equipment.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Next item on the agenda, item number 23, ambulance fees and public-related standbys.
Evening, everybody. Wow. Wish you've had a full night. Well, I'm here to talk to you about ambulance fees and possibly increasing those. When I say that ambulance charges, fees, not sure what the best term to use, but I think we all know what we're talking about. We've been wanting to do it, I've been talking about it for the last few months, so the very first thing on the memo is I have the current fees listed there that are not in bold, and then I have what I proposed for the new fees in bold. Attached also is some ambulance rates from around the area. I kind of contacted Watertown, Mitchell, even Vermillion, and got some information from them in regards to, in Aberdeen, in regards to what they're charging. And then I've also attached the insurance reimbursement rates, insurance, what they call fee schedule. So, and on those, in both of those sheets, on mine it's kind of, my red didn't print very well, but the red ink is what, I'm proposing now, just for to look and compare. It's really, I mean, I can stare at this thing I keep seeing new numbers all the time I stare at it, so it's kind of, you almost have to take a ruler and lay it out so that, blindsided.
I think you did a good job. They all look like pretty reasonable rates compared to everyone else. You did a great job.
Do you need us to approve these new?
Yes, and before we go there, I have to, there's the lift assist. I wanted to keep it at 50, but I was asked to give an alternative number as well, at 75. So I do need a motion, but I also need a motion, or you need to tell me what you want to leave it at 50 or 75. Remember, this is one of those little things of mine is, these are usually our elderly and our handicapped individuals that slip out of their chair, fall for some reason, they're not injured, and they can't get up off the ground, they can't find a family member to come help them, so they call 911. We get paged out to go up, drive up there, drive across town, help them, pick them up, and get them on their way. Then we'll contact the families, they kind of let them know that it's happened, and if they wish us to, because we can't, if they say no, we can't do that. But we've had crews hang out for a few minutes and make them lunch and do different things like that. So anyhow, that's kind of what the lift assist is. And
if you were to, if you were to build that as a call and send it to the insurance,
That's a really good question.
how would that be handled?
We can't.
That's what I figured, because you're not transporting.
We're not transporting, that's a really good question. If there's, if we don't transport, insurance won't pay. They're coming up with some new stuff coming down in the years where that, may change, you know, through Medicare, and Medicare is kind of the driving force. So whatever Medicare does, the rest of the insurance companies kind of follow. So,
Are you seeing the number of lift assistants, is that increasing with time and, you know, just our population?
we are doing a better job of tracking it over the last couple of years. Yes, we are seeing that increase. But
What
one of the
percentage
things
are-
that we do, and I don't wanna take a whole lot of time, but one of the things that we do is, if we recognize that we've been out 2 or 3 times, kind of three times in a short period of time, or 2 times within 36 hours, 48 hours, that is a trigger for us. And then the medics will tell me, and I contact them at the hospital, and we try to reach out to the family doctor, and we try to figure out something else for them because it's not safe,
Right.
you know, to be home alone and then falling like that.
Do you have a percent, or 10% of your calls lift assistance?
Oh,
20%?
no, not even that, and I have that, it was funny, you had that number, and you asked me when you were in my office, I pulled it up, but I forgot to bring it, and I'm gonna say that last year, we were maybe 46, and I think we're like 29 so far this year, you know, it varies, we had a gentleman in town that we just kept going out already, so he really rocked it, but we've got that finally taken care of, so.
1%.
What's that?
That's 1%, 2,000 calls a year.
Yeah, it's very, very few.
Less than 1.
Yeah.
Looks like Mitchell charges 150.
They do charge 150, and I think that's too high, personally, because we're talking about people that are on fixed income. So,
Does that be an advocate for maybe a little bit of a raise, 75? I mean, we're still sending out an ambulance crew, correct? I mean, to do that?
Yeah.
So, I mean, our cost is the same.
Right, we talked about that a little bit today at our meeting after you left, was, you know, that we're paying them to wash the ambulance and clean the bay and clean the station, or drive out and pick somebody up. So you know what I mean? It's really not costing us too much of anything.
Did you have something you wanted to say?
The fees above, it seems like we're pretty competitive with Mitchell, but a bit higher than Vermillion, Watertown, and Aberdeen.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason for that?
I just picked the highest ones. That way. It just seemed to be the I'll just leave it at that. I just picked the higher ones.
You know, but
We can certainly adjust any of them that we want, so it's not, just because I put them in black doesn't mean they're not, that means they're not chiseled in stone.
With non-emergent, what am I looking for, just when you do like transports, like, let's say, to the hospital?
Okay, when you're talking about that non-emergent versus emergent, is that what you're looking at?
Well, I don't know what I'm,
Okay,
probably the non-emergency, what I'm basically looking at is, I'm fine with raising fees, I don't wanna price yourself out of the market as far as, contracted services or, just for, regular transports.
right. Regardless of what we charge, the insurance is only gonna pay so much.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, if, we have this one, ALS non-emergency or ALS emergency, we have it listed at $1,000. Medicare's gonna pay whatever they're gonna pay.
Well, isn't the one benefit though when we do like federal or prison
Yeah, well, there'll be some
when-
benefit from it.
When the
with
prison transport.
With the prison
they pay full
transfers, right,
price, so-
prison transports, we'll see some benefit there. We'll see some benefit in the, Avera, insurance, reimbursement. Yeah, so we'll see some, but, I don't know if I answered your question there, Joe.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission? Anybody from the audience?
I actually have a question.
Yeah.
When
Do
you
you want
did,
to come up, please? Sorry.
I can, it's a question for you, so, no.
So you want me to stand over there behind you?
I'll
I'll put your hair in.
Nancy Winandy, representing no organization as I'm asking these questions. My question was, when you looked at these other communities, are their ambulance services in a positive cash flow position, or are they still losing money? So I'm wondering, as we're setting these fees, if it's actually gonna get us to a point where we're at a break even here in Yankton County?
Okay.
To catch up?
Okay, yeah. Actually, we did do some research, and you tell me if I'm speaking out of turn. But the Mitchell is, they're a little bit, they have more vehicles and more personnel, but they're at an $80,000 deficit for last year. Town, which is very similar to us, although they have more personnel, more ambulances, but they run the same call volume. They're at 100,000, or almost $1 million, or a 1 point some deficit last year. So raising these rates, I would not say it's going to get to an equal, you know, where we're going to have the same amount of, I mean, that would be really nice, but you have the same amount of expenditures as we do revenue. That would be really nice, but that is so dependent upon what we do as far as calls. You know, do we transport primarily Medicaid patients? You know what I mean? And what our call volume is, who we transport, and what our expenditures are. Our expenditures are expensive. Some of our supplies are really high. So we spent today talking about Mrs. Banks and saved quite a bit of dollars on that. So, but so I don't know if we can say that we'll ever get there by raising the prices. We're still only getting so much from the insurance companies. Does that make sense?
But then you also have to remember that the county is a government entity, and we are not in there to make money.
Yeah, we are a service. Yeah, we're a service, and I can tell you that our department, and all you have to do is talk to any of our providers. Our department is focused at taking care of the citizens of Yankton County, and they could give a hoot what the cost is going to be. You know what I mean? So that's not their priority. That's mine. You know, it's balancing fiscal and patient care. Fiscal responsibility with patient care.
So should, this was discussed the other evening, I think, at our meeting, about the number of calls in Yankton versus outside of Yankton.
Mm-hmm.
In county, all in Yankton County, but with some in some other counties.
Right.
Yeah. So should these fees be based on, the first 5 miles from the center of Yankton?
I don't know. I don't know that. That I've never heard of before. However, it's what I've heard of is exactly the opposite of what you said, and that would be ambulances not charging residents, period. That's just part of the tax, or charging them what insurance
Don't think
gets, and then writes the rest
that.
off. I'm sorry?
Don't be thinking about that.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just saying, but that's what I've seen, but I haven't seen this, it's cost you this much to be 5 miles from the station, or, that type of thing.
I know we've discussed, the ambulance, and there's, I don't think it's ever gonna generate funds that if we can get closer to that number. I don't see another way besides raising fees, and I appreciate your work that you're doing on it. It's such a valuable service. We need to keep it as a viable option in Yankton. And how do we do that? We have to pass fees on to the users. And
yes, we do. And I'm not going to disagree with any of that. I mean,
When was the last time we did raise fees?
fees were raised a year ago, November, I think they were.
anyone else from the audience care to speak on this? guess I think these look good, to me, and, you know, I'd even raise, I think, your lift assistance to 75. I think that's still a lot less than our cost for that, it's service.
Service.
You know, so I guess I'd entertain a motion unless somebody else has more questions for Steve.
I move we accept the recommendation that Steve put before us on fees to include $75 for lift assist.
The motion, is there a second? I'll second it.
Can I add one
Yeah,
thing?
go
Can you
ahead.
add to that motion when you want this to be effective?
September 1st, sound good? September 1st?
Yeah,
You
or
okay
it
with
can be-
modifying your motion
Yep,
then?
yep.
And I'll second that. Motion and a second, further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Kettering,
Yes.
Clemish,
Yes.
Los,
Yes.
Ely,
Yes.
Swenson.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay.
Thank you for.
No, got one more for you there, big guy. I know you want to get out of here.
That's my-
I'm gonna
way
just
behind
drag
on
this
these.
on.
Way
I'm gonna drag it on for you.
Yeah.
We have two other fees, and those fees are for our EMS standbys. We have two different levels of standby. Is when somebody wants an EMT to go stand by at a football game, or I'm sorry, a basketball game. For whatever reason, or a hockey game or that kind of thing, where it's one EMT with a jump bag and an AED, and radio. And, that we currently charge 35, I'd like to just jump that to $50 an hour, okay? Then the other one is an ambulance, where we go to the scramblers, those type of events where they require an ambulance to be there because of their insurance reasons. Then that's 85, I'd like to bounce that up to $100 an hour. Okay? So that's gonna need to be, but I also wanna talk to you and make sure that, currently I'm working under the, direction from past commissions that government entities and school districts are been exempt from these charges. Okay, along with riverboat days. So, just wanna make sure you guys are all on, are you still with me on that, or still with that, or you wanna talk about that, or?
Should we, I don't know, what do you think? Do we wanna, like to do it where we
Did I
approve it?
put you in a bad spot too, Don?
Or what?
He's laughing at me.
School gets a lot of money.
I mean, this is totally up to you, and, so, I'm just, these are things that have been set for, by other commissions, and I wanna make, with all this talk, I wanna make sure that we are that I'm crystal clear with what you want me to do.
How many crew are involved in the full EMS standby? And
For,
the 85 that's proposed to 100,
the majority of the, I'm sorry,
that's for ambulance and crew for standby, so how many crew would that?
for the $100, it'd be crew two.
Okay.
And we are working with the air show, where they actually volunteered to, they would gladly pay for ambulance service.
So, well, yeah,
So,
I'm gonna send them a bill, so.
I guess I don't have a problem with charging other organizations if they wanna come in on a case-by-case basis and ask for that. I think that.
A leniency, you mean?
Well, I mean, if somebody wants to come in and ask for to get free service, I guess we could do that on a case-by-case basis, but I guess I don't have a problem. Charge, I mean, our ambulance is losing a huge amount of money. I'm fine with charging your proposed fees.
I have two requests currently on my desk from Gayville and Yankton for, ambulance coverage for the football games. With that being said, I'm gonna ask you guys for a motion to kind of set it, but I can go ahead and respond to them and say, this is what it's gonna cost you per game or per hour or per standby, and that if you want to, come before the board and ask for, waive that, yes, you have that option. Okay, okay. And then the next one we did, the other one is Riverboat Days. Riverboat Days, I will say, we've been doing the standby since before I came in 2009. It was one of those things that it was done, you know what I mean? It was just something that we've done. It is probably it's the only big event that my crews can interact directly with the community and answer questions and in a non-stressful situation, you know, so.
I think that as a community, then everybody is involved and try to pitch in on Riverboat Days. I'm fine with it.
Riverboat Days brings in,
Yeah,
what, 100, 150,000?
yeah, I'm fine with
Very good.
continuing it.
Okay, so can somebody wrap all that up into a motion?
Sherry's really good.
I'm good at that.
Well, yeah, Sherry came to our meeting. I'd like to thank you publicly for coming to, she came to one of our full-time paramedic meetings today, and, yeah, everybody really enjoyed having her there. It was the first time that any commissioner had ever done that, so.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. Met everybody. All right, so I'm supposed to put this in a motion. So, how best to state this? I move to continue offering the exemption of fee to Riverboat Days, but to start charging other government entities and school districts for our ambulance services at their activities. And the increase in rates from 35 to 50 and 85 to 100.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
All right, thank you guys very much for your time. I know it's been a long night for you, so good luck. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, item number 24, resolution to increase on planning course. Talking to Brian, we thought it would be best to do a resolution.
Where at, which
I know
one are we talking about?
some of us agreed, some of us disagreed.
Oh, we handled it.
Planning fees last time. I took this to the Department of Equalization and Commissioner
Oh,
Roscoe.
no, we don't usually
And,
bill if we don't.
There was a way to even simplify this even more.
Yeah, it was one patient.
$50 flat fee for,
And they did receive a bill.
up to 1,000, and then 1,000 and above is $50 plus $5 for $1,000 in valuation.
The school, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a workman's comp thing. I have no idea.
Now, one thing it
It's a
does
big
is
question.
the computer system that Nat Archer's working on for zoning, it just makes it cleaner. You enter your value and then it should just automatically math calculate your fees, so.
So it should work well with that.
People, I think people understand it better than listing all that.
We have post-construction fee of $500 plus applicable fees. I know that's something Jeff mentioned, and we'd probably like it higher, but it's higher than it was. So it's, so post-construction is $500 plus the other fees they'd have to pay. So it's, anyone want to make a comment on that? Right, back to the board. Anyone on the board have a comment they'd like to make on this?
So essentially, this has already been approved, we're simply putting it in
Dan,
the resolution.
did that include the signs, like your no-through signs, or was that just like the fees, you know, for like your, like I mentioned?
This is fees for if somebody with like that house they built or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what it'd be. And then we also approved it last month, but we're adding it in the resolution. The variance is 450, conditional use permit is 300, rezone is 450, special meeting 750, plat proposal is 100, right-of-way application 150, and entrance application is 150. And this will be effective September 1st, 2019.
So there's nothing with the no-through trucks or?
No, that's separate. That's,
Oh, okay, okay.
Any other comments from the board? All right, entertain a motion.
Move to accept the planning and zoning fee we're,
Increase?
yeah.
Increase. Resolution?
Resolution.
I have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Motion and a second, further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Kettering?
Yes.
Bulls?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
Swenson?
Yes.
Clemish?
Yes. Motion passed. All right, next item on the agenda, item number 25, update on economic development zone job administration description. Joe, do you want to take that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're all
Yeah,
getting
there's
sleepy. We're all getting sleepy.
So I think everybody's aware, we've got a deputy zoning administrator hired. We're still having some difficulty hiring the economic development. So we talked about changing some of the duties, expanding the scope of the position, call it, and introducing some other things that essentially it's gonna increase the salary of the position, and hopefully that entices more applicants, but it's gonna require more of them. What effective, I won't go through all of the nitty-gritty details, effectively what we've added is commissioner assistant duties that are found in some other counties that have commissioner assistants. I've talked with them, and they certainly advise that we look at introducing some of those services to the commission. They're happy with them. Planning and zoning oversight would continue to be part of the position, as well as economic county development. And so we feel, or I feel, with the software, with Jessica who's in the office, the software, and planning and zoning oversight or an administrator, they would have time and hopefully the necessary skills that we could expand that position and work with department heads on different projects. One example might be working with Mr. Hawkins on the ambulance to really dig in and spend some time finding some, custom budgets or, expenses essentially, not necessarily custom budgets, but assisting in some of those things. And so
One thing that's tough too as a commission, if I want to send the entire commission an email I gotta send it each individually to one person, because we can't have multiple communication, so I think it would help out.
well, I think, to my intent, I guess, would be, they would not replace our chairman as spokesperson for the commission in any meeting, but they certainly would be kind of a liaison to public questions, comments. They can figure out where to get direct the right answers, or bring them to the commission at that time, or whatever. But just make it easier for information to flow from the commission to the public, and from the public back to the commission, I guess. But right now, there's not one person to contact for questions about the county. And I know this spring I talked with the city, I talked with Amy Leon, and she was getting calls regarding county issues because the people didn't know who to contact in the county for it. So, that might be something that this position would fulfill.
Any other questions for Joe from the board? Anybody from the audience have a comment on this? Now would be the time.
I think we've gotten calls from the public.
Yeah,
about
I'm sure
things.
you get
I'm sure you
I'm sure you
get
do get
bombarded.
calls.
probably. So you're looking for a motion for this, Joe?
Uh, Yeah, I guess I'll make the motion to approve the new job description. I guess we got a job title of a development services director to encompass all that.
Do you want to advertise for this, or?
Yeah, I would move that we advertise for it.
I have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion?
The only thing I'd caution on is that first section of the job description. If you find a guy that can come in and do all those relationship type things and be successful, we gotta give him some time.
Sure.
Because that's a big challenge. And he'd probably tie in with the HR person working close with that guy too.
Right.
Yeah. It's a nice write-up, very nice write-up, Joe. No, thank you.
Well, it wasn't just me, there was edits, I guess, there was.
A motion and a second, further discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Healy,
Yes.
Los,
Yes.
Swenson,
Yes.
Kettering,
Yes.
Plum.
Yes, motion passed.
I guess I would like to, we should set a time, how long we want to advertise maybe.
Yeah, you did like.
No, 2 weeks, roll call.
2 weeks at minimum.
We can advertise until filled.
Yeah.
Let's just advertise until filled. Is that fine? All right, next item on the agenda, item number 26, discussion on accessory structures. I'll just be real quick on this. I guess I could take this. Planning board has got together under our guidance. We're planning on making some changes. Tuesday will be the first public hearing for zoning ordinance changes. Just to make everybody aware, that Dustin Beeson variance, that would have never even came in front of us had we, adopted these changes. And our thought is, we get all of these variances, they're almost always approved, why not make the process easier? Just so the public knows, Article 6, 7, and 8, we're all proposing minor changes. Doubling the square footage, Article 6, 2,000 to 4,000, and sidewall height from 14 to 16, Article 7, from 1,200 to 2,400, sidewall height from 12 to 14, Article 8, from 800 square foot to 1,600 foot, which would have, this variance would have fell in that, so we would have never came in front of us. And then from 10 to 12, and anything larger than that, and either one of those would still, would be allowed, but it'd be a conditional use. Our thought is it'll streamline the process. So, I guess, is there any, we're also with Article 10, we're adding fireworks as a conditional use. Anything on this accessory structure change to the definition? So it's pretty simple, but there's gonna be a lot, it's gonna be a long process yet, if anybody has a concern. Come to the planning commission meeting on Tuesday.
Not more than 2.
Pardon me?
Not more than 2.
Not more. Oh. All right. Next item on the agenda, item number 27, public comment.
There is no.
No public.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay. All right, next item. Gary, do you have any commission updates? Don, anything?
Attended the Human Service meeting at the Human Service Center this morning. They have continual turnover of staff out there, but the attitude is pretty positive of what's going on.
They have a new director out there.
Not yet.
Anything else? Joe? Sherry? anything?
Yeah, we had our road task force meeting last night in
Oh,
Mayfield.
Sure.
Don and I, and the other 5 volunteers on our task force all made it. We had a great turnout, every chair was full. We had wonderful participation, everything was respectful. And we didn't argue that, but we went back and forth and sparred and said, what about this and what about this? And I think we really walked away with a picture of what they would visualize as the roads that we would put more money into than the other roads. So, August 19th, 7 PM, Lesterville is the next one. So we went east first, and now we're going west to get everybody's thoughts on that side of the county. So it was certainly worth our time. We were there over 2 hours. So I want to thank everybody for showing up who was there. The other thing I was going to ask is town halls. We still haven't done our one in Utica, and there should have probably been one this month sometime, or.
August, I don't want to.
Go ahead, yeah.
August 19th, we all got invited out to Mission Hill for their town meeting.
Okay.
August 19th at 6:30, all of us. And it's going to be at the, what is that church? I forget. Vaughan Lutheran Church in the basement.
August 19th,
It's the same day that.
it's the same day as your Lesterville.
And that's fine.
Okay.
Don and I will just be on the other side of the county.
But anybody who wants to do that, the city of Mission Hill invited us out, and so I guess anybody who's not there can do that. And so, the mayor.
So you're gonna have 3 people then at the meeting in
Yeah,
Mission?
if whoever wants to go, I mean, I'll go if Joe wants to go too, or, but I guess, would you wanna go to that area?
Yeah, I can go to
Where?
At Vaughan Lutheran Church at 6:30 in Mission. So I'm sorry, will you finish
Nope,
that?
I'm good now, thank you.
So we had that, we got invited by the mayor to do that. July 25th, I went to the MSAC meeting on Missouri Cemetery, which we donate money to. They're, I think, finally getting closer towards doing something. This Friday, I went out to the 4-H, and I just want to say what a great job Katie Dottie and Danielle McFarland did at the Yankton County Fair. They did a good job. There was, and congratulations to our youth, who, there were just a lot of amazing things that were done out there, and it was just a great event. And I think those two, Katie Dottie and Danielle McFarland, they should deserve some praise, because they did an excellent job with that. And cyber training, if you guys haven't done that, Craig Miller is doing cyber training here. I went to it last Thursday. It's good training. There's a lot of threats out there, and so he sent an email out and encouraged participation. And then last thing, I would like to hire somebody to come and fix the sound system.
Well, I'll check tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll call
because
Paul.
we've had just nothing but problems with that.
I'll check to have someone come.
Anything else from anybody?
I keep getting the complaints about if we have a curved lake.
I've done that with Mr. Ernster in Scotland, but he's just got to look it up, but I'll check it out.
For Rob.
It's supposed to plug into one.
Yeah, but I've already talked to him.
It might help if you take that stuff there, put it over there, when we can get at it.
What's that?
The electronics that run the speakers.
I don't think there's another place for it. I mean, I could.
As long as
I
people
could
can
check
go
with
and
them.
fiddle with stuff, it's gonna
Well,
get
it should be
screwed up.
locked, it's usually locked. And our doors,
Well, we had
this door is locked all the time too.
Any other updates? All right, entertain a motion to go into executive session, pursuant to litigation, South Dakota Code of Law 1-25-2 subparagraph 3, and executive session pursuant to a personal issue pursuant to South Dakota Code of Law, section 1-25-2 subparagraph 3.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're now in executive session. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I'll be quick. Back into regular session.
Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Back into regular session. Items for next meeting.
Report out.
What's that?
Give you a report, give you your report.
no action.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, thank you. No action will be taken as a result of executive session. I guess, items for next meeting, do we have anything?
And alternative HRD, and I know Patty already wrote that down. And there'll be some from the highway, probably gravel bids or something Mike wanted to talk about.
Anything else in there? Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, everybody.